Hello.
As developer N-Space does not tire of reminding us, Heroes of Ruin goes out of its way to make use of nearly every element in the 3DS's feature set. The result is an action RPG that certainly looks complete on paper. Is there actually a good game here, or is Heroes of Ruin resting on hollow technical achievements?
Greetings, take care.
Heroes of Ruin is set in the world of Vale, which is still recovering from the devastation wrought by the cataclysmic War of Ruin. The world was saved from the brink of destruction by a heroic being called Ataraxis, who became the guardian of the city of Nexus. The tale begins with Ataraxis being afflicted by a curse, and you're called upon to find a means of reviving the slumbering guardian. It's a decent enough premise. The main problem with the story is one that's unfortunately common in this sort of game. As you pursue the business of dungeon crawling, the plot goes on hiatus for long periods of time, and you never end up feeling attached to the world or its denizens. Factor in a cast that's largely unremarkable and some cheap cinematics, and you have a world that seems to go out of its way to prevent immersion.
I'll keep this.
Fighting your way through dungeons, scouring for precious loot is the name of the game in Heroes of Ruin. There are plenty of quests and objectives to fulfill over the course of the game, bolstered by daily and weekly additions via the Spot Pass feature to extend the game's length, which is a good thing since it runs a bit on the short side.
I can feel that.
You can take on the forces of evil solo, or form teams of up to 4 players locally or through an online connection. The game is at its best when you're playing with others. Otherwise, the trek is so overwhelmingly uninspired that you'll find it difficult to muster the will to carry on. It doesn't help that there are only 4 real types of environments in the game, with dungeons that feel samey despite the varying locales. Round that out with dull quest objectives that rarely deviate from the shop-worn kill and gather formulas, and you have quite the recipe for boredom.
I've got a job for you.
The allure of collecting rare loot to deck out your character only carries the game so far, and the character customization options are lacking. And while there is a lot of depth to the skill tree system, it often feels all for naught, since simply brute forcing your way with basic attacks often gets the job done. This is largely the result of shallow AI, defined by predictable and easy-to-exploit enemy behaviors. Heroes of Ruin checks off the list of action RPG fundamentals in a perfunctory, workmanlike fashion. Ultimately, though, it lacks the heart and imagination that's so crucial when it comes to distinguishing games of this type.
That's how it's done!
Regardless of what class you pick at the outset, everyone in Heroes of Ruin follows the same basic set of rules that govern combat. You're given basic attacks and defensive abilities, and earn talent points to unlock special abilities as you level up. Each class has its own unique playstyle. There's a good bit of variety when it comes to building your character. This could have been one of the game's most redeeming qualities, were it not for the boring enemy behaviors. Enemies rarely surprise you with their attack patterns, and it's even less often that they show up in large enough numbers to give you a scare. There's a lack of variety overall when it comes to combat. The only times you'll need to dig in deep and formulate a strategy are in the rare instances when you're overwhelmed by a large crowd or during boss encounters. Since there's not a whole lot else to the game, the end result is a whole lot of plotting and mindless dungeon crawling. Also likely to bug you are the absurd inventory and currency limits. There's a hard cap as to how much you can carry, which normally isn't a problem since you can sell unwanted loot instantly. But when you're also full up on gold, you'll have to do some ridiculous logistical gymnastics just to continue adventuring. This involves buying useless merchandise to empty your coffers and then discarding the trash you just purchased. In a loot-focused action RPG, this oversight is beyond baffling.
I have to say I'm perplexed.
Heroes of Ruin looks just as generic as it plays. Environments feel like a copy and paste job from one zone to the next, character models are blocky and lack detail, and the cutscenes are comprised of low-quality still images that do little to immerse you in the world. What sparse voice work is included comes off as half-hearted, and the score never had a chance of salvaging this wreck.
I'll take this.
Heroes of Ruin fails to deliver a solid action RPG experience, and earnest efforts to tailor the experience to the 3DS hardware don't excuse its shortcomings. Underneath the surface, you'll find nothing more than a bare-bones experience of hoarding loot and plowing through mindless enemies. Don't wipe the dust off your 3DS just yet. This game isn't worth your time.
Goodbye.
Sonic Team's second attempt at recapturing its popular mascot's glory days in the 16-bit Genesis harkens back to 1992's Sonic the Hedgehog 2, which was notable for introducing Sonic's sidekick, Tails. While Sonic has never enjoyed the diversity of moves shared by his fellow mascots, the one aspect that separated him from the pack was pure, unadulterated speed. Unfortunately, Sonic the Hedgehog 4 Episode 2 seems to go out of its way to put the brakes on Sonic, thanks to some questionable level design choices. Instead of including creative ways to maintain the Blue Blur's blistering pace, the game often brings the action to a screeching halt, requiring the use of sluggish, imprecise teamwork moves in the air, underwater, and on the ground to overcome obstacles. The developers have effectively slowed Sonic's roll. If the first episode's zones tipped its quills to the original Sonic, Episode 2's environments draw inspiration from the sequel. Not only are you accompanied by the young fox Tails, whose nickname is apparently derived from a birth defect, you'll also experience stages reminiscent of Sonic 2's Oil Ocean, Aquatic Ruin, Sky Chase, and Wing Fortress zones. Collecting at least 50 rings on a stage also opens up access to a bonus round, which mirrors Sonic 2's half-pipe race format. The visuals throughout are bright and colorful, with the developers opting for 3D characters and a more modern look instead of 2D sprites. The sound effects were spot on from the earlier games, but the retro-flavored chiptunes are grating and detract from the presentation. The controls also disappoint, lacking the crispness found in the 16-bit games, particularly when trying to use Sonic's homing attack. While the gameplay checks off many of Sonic's core features, such as collecting golden rings that let you absorb hits, revving up and around loops, using spin attacks to free animals trapped inside robotic enemies, bouncing on springs, and inhaling air bubbles to breathe underwater, the teamwork elements seem forced. You'll soon realize that the inclusion of Sonic's sidekick is more of a hindrance than a boon, an anchor instead of an engine. Tapping a button has Sonic and Tails performing a context-specific tag team move introduced by a hand-slapping animation that will have Tails slowly lifting Sonic in the air, propelling him underwater, or forming a ball to break down barriers. You'll need to use these pace-killing moves frequently throughout the game's 4 acts, each consisting of 3 stages, as well as a drawn-out boss battle against either Dr. Eggman or Metal Sonic. While the main content can be completed within an hour, there is some replay value associated with trying to get faster times on each stage, discovering alternate routes, or acquiring the elusive Chaos Emeralds. Both local and online cooperative play are also supported, but the multiplayer aspect is more frustrating than fun, since you have to share rings and life between characters. Sonic the Hedgehog 4 Episode 2 ultimately feels loose where it should be tight, slow where it should be fast, and tedious where it should be exciting. Sometimes it's best to let sleeping hogs lie. An open-world crime drama that almost missed its chance, Sleeping Dogs was set to be the 3rd act of the True Crime series, but was dropped by Activision and spent half a year in purgatory before being scooped up by Square Enix. Reincarnated and ready for chaos, is Sleeping Dogs worth a few of your waking hours?
I can't believe she's real.
Oh, Ricky.
She's too perfect to be real.
OK，各單位準備。
Wei Shen is a San Francisco cop who returns home to Hong Kong as an undercover agent, working to infiltrate and bring down the powerful triad organization known as Sun On Yi. As he's pulled deeper into the criminal world, he soon finds his loyalties tested and his moral compass wavering. The game takes a lot of baby steps into the criminal underworld before it gets going, but about halfway through, things turn into something like a vaguely enjoyable freewheeling genre flick. But with all the major players actively trying to screw each other over, it's never quite clear who the sleeping dogs are intended to be. Dead Dogs may have been a more appropriate title.
Oh, yeah, I speak English.
I kind of guessed.
Wei may play fast and loose with the rules, but Sleeping Dogs follow standard open-world procedure. You follow instructions and hit the waypoints, and the game gives you a steady stream of cutscenes leading up to the denouement. There are multiple threads here, but they don't always intertwine, and it sometimes feels like Wei is spinning his wheels as he waits for something to happen. Fortunately, what happens under the player's control tends to be a bit more interesting.
You wanted results, and you can't get them sitting behind a desk, nose in a rulebook, with a stick up your ass.
Sleeping Dogs feels a bit wild, but it doesn't buck tradition when it comes to world design, dropping you into a classical GTA-style open environment where you're encouraged to have a good time and willfully disregard any laws concerning public safety. The world is your playground, but as in other open-world games, if you want to experience everything the game has to offer, you'll have to accept your lot as a glorified errand boy. When you're on the clock, you'll alternate between taking orders from and doing favors for your police bosses and triad superiors. You'll brawl, shoot, dive, and chop as required. Off the clock, you're free to cause mayhem or search for collectibles, perhaps kowtowing in front of mystical oriental health shrines in hopes some compassionate bodhisattva might bless you with a larger health meter. There's a lot to do here, and multiple upgrade paths ensure that you continually grow more powerful and gain new ways of interacting with the world.
Wait, why don't you take King out in the town and show him around?
Yeah, anytime.
Gaining face by doing favors, winning races, and dating girls confers perks like a personal valet that delivers a car directly to your location. Completing missions and side activities like drug busts earns you experience toward triad and cop points you cash in for tricks of the trade. And you'll encounter a kung fu master who gives advanced martial arts lessons in exchange for rare animal statues.
Okay, yeah, that'd be really great.
Moment to moment, you can use your wardrobe to express yourself or get bonus experience, and stopping for a bite to eat or a massage will give you a temporary boost.
Looking to blow off a little steam?
It all goes down in a weirdly fictionalized Hong Kong that resembles a violent, supersized theme park. Might as well call itself Hong Kong Land. The concentrated layout makes for fast and fun commuting, but while real names are used, the geography is completely fabricated. And while you will hear a few Cantonese phrases, the official language is theatrical, heavily accented English.
Ah, brother. So true, so true.
Goofy humor, questionable authenticity, and a fuzzy sense of time and place cook up a soft-boiled caricature of a city that doesn't really jive with the hard-boiled storytelling. Even so, this substantial chunk of game world turns out to be a highly enjoyable place to tool around and cause mayhem. Well-tuned mechanics and a multi-talented protagonist help you make the most of what Sleeping Dogs has to offer. As a part-time cop and part-time triad enforcer, Wei Shen can consider ass-kicking a full-time job. You're frequently called upon to demonstrate your martial arts prowess, and Wei proves to be extremely capable, fluidly moving from attacking to counter-attacking in a way reminiscent of Rocksteady's recent Batman games. Though not quite as elegant as the timing-centric way of the Bat, Sleeping Dog style creates some complexity with light and heavy strikes and an assortment of grappling techniques. Tougher fights sometimes feel overly reactive, as certain foes tend to counter many of your offensive options, but skill is consistently rewarded, and weaker enemies give you a great opportunity to show off. Wei also shows some pep when it comes to getting around, his excellent mobility allowing you to scale walls and hop over gaps with ease. Hitting a button at just the right time lets you finesse your way through environments more quickly, so it never feels like your character is on autopilot. Cars, bikes, and boats vary widely in terms of performance, but pretty much anything worth driving has been given a gratifying combination of speed and handling that makes getting around the city a pleasure. The fast arcade feel and well-laid roads bring surprising playability to races that would feel like chores in other open-world games. Finally, if you need to change vehicles in a hurry, a high-speed hijacking accomplishes the feat with style. When firearms do come into play, they feel powerful and decisive, even if there's some occasional awkwardness to moving and taking cover. It's rare that you'll find a gun just lying around, but when the situation calls for some firepower, you'll find it close at hand. If you find yourself in the passenger seat holding a submachine gun, you know you're in for some fun. Mini-games stand in for involved activities like picking locks, hacking data, and so on. They serve their purpose well in that they add a few nuances to the business of undercover thuggery. Triangulating a cell phone signal is an engaging multi-step process, but the tasks you perform most often quickly become repetitive once you figure out the trick. There's no variation in terms of method or difficulty. If you've hacked one security camera, you've hacked them all. The lazy and wholly unappealing karaoke, on the other hand, will bore you from the get-go, and underdeveloped elements like cockfighting and a watered-down version of Mahjong fail to enrich the game in any real way. Speaking of dull moments, completing one-off dates with various girls in the game rewards you by marking the locations of the various types of secrets on your mini-map, sparing you the hassle of doing internet detective work or systematically combing the landscape in search of a jade rooster. It's a much better reward than implied sex with girls that look like creepy mannequins.
This sucks. I wanted some pictures for my blog.
I need a car.
At least on consoles, Sleeping Dogs' looks are far from its strongest virtue. Convincing animation conveys power and pain and speed when action happens, but characters don't look very natural in cutscenes. And while there's a reasonable degree of urban hustle and bustle, identical characters and identical outfits can make you feel like you're in a city of clones. In contrast to the embarrassing histrionics of the supporting characters and extras, the core voice cast does a good job creating a TV drama atmosphere with a mostly average script.
Thank you for showing me the light, officer.
I want to give you a chance, Shen, but you have to work with me.
The soundtrack is reasonably varied and accomplished, with some local flavor mixed in. The sound design is great when it comes to punches, explosions, and car engines, but Chinese opera-style sound effects found in the menus are irredeemably hokey.
From tonight on, your partnership with Dog Eyes is done.
Well-tuned driving and fighting ultimately outweigh Sleeping Dogs' inconsistent tone and relatively modest production values. The ability and status of your character ramp up nicely, and you'll have plenty of opportunity to exercise your power in a well-constructed playground. Sleeping Dogs isn't quite best in breed, but there's a reason it was adopted by another publisher.
I guess we'll see what it takes to get it out of you. Eventually.
Originally designed as a Half-Life mod more than a decade ago, Counter-Strike has endured because of its well-balanced, competitive gameplay that requires skill to succeed. Counter-Strike Global Offensive is a revamped version of the classic first-person shooter, offering some tweaked modes on the same maps that help define the series. Those unfamiliar with Counter-Strike will find the game a more cerebral experience instead of the run-and-gun arcade-style action popularized by recent iterations of Call of Duty. In Global Offensive, there's no regenerating health, no cinematic storyline, no experience points to level up your soldier, and no unlockable kits or perks. The deterrent for dying is having to sit out and watch as the rest of the match unfolds. While this may sound disappointing to those weaned on more contemporary shooters, Global Offensive's comparatively pared-down experience is no less thrilling. The game's focus on teamwork and tactics gives the game a distinctive feel as you choose between 4 online game types as part of a terrorist or counter-terrorist faction. Classic Casual and Classic Competitive are team-based modes played in multiple rounds. The goal in each is to either eliminate the opposition or be the first team to complete a map-related objective. Depending on the map and your faction, you'll either rescue or defend 4 hostages, or either plant or defuse bombs at 2 specific sites. While the goals in both Classic Casual and Classic Competitive are the same, the differences between the two are primarily in terms of scope. A Classic Competitive game consists of 30 rounds instead of 10, enables friendly fire, and has you earning money for kills, planting bombs, and so forth that's used to purchase armor and defuse kits. The Casual variant gives you armor and defuse kits automatically.
Bomb has been defused. Counter-terrorists win.
The other 2 modes consist of Arms Race and Demolition. Arms Race, which has been adopted by both Call of Duty Black Ops and Battlefield 3's Close Quarters expansion, consists of a single round where everyone begins with the same weapon. Each kill automatically changes your weapon until you receive the golden knife. The first person that lands the killing blow with the knife wins the round. This is the only mode where respawns are possible, offering a nice change of pace from the standard modes. Demolition is a mashup of Arms Race and Classic, taking the fixed weapon progression from Arms Race and including 2 multi-round matches that have you trying to plant or defuse a bomb in a bank, safe house, and other locales.
You like to make things go kaboom, don't you, son?
What makes Counter-Strike Global Offensive appealing is that it plays differently from its competition. Tired of jumping assassins in other games? Jumping here will penalize your accuracy. Sick of seeing more praying and spraying than in a baptism ceremony? Then you'll appreciate that those who use short, controlled bursts while aiming will be more successful. If there is one knock on the game, it's that it offers the same maps as earlier versions of the series, giving veterans a huge advantage over new players. To offset this, the developers included an option to play against bots offline, so you can practice each mode and map. This will give you a fighting chance against the real players, but expect to die early and often, until you hone your skills and familiarize yourself with the map layouts.
Nice work with those wooden terrorists.
Of course, the most important aspect of any multiplayer game is how much you want to play after the session ends. This is where Global Offensive excels, possessing the same addictive quality that helped make the previous games a long-term success story. Shooter fans looking to diversify their library or prove their mettle against a talented pool of players shouldn't hesitate to pull the trigger.
To lose everything, or to become a god? To stand with us, or against us?
MMOs have long lingered under the tutelage of Tolkien. Sci-fi and superheroes have sometimes had their day, but dirks and dragons still rule the roost. The Secret World champions a modern-day horror setting, while also attempting to break some boundaries by introducing puzzle-solving mysteries.
It's open season on whatever's got no right to walk or crawl here.
Should this secret be kept quiet, or will this occult sideshow achieve mainstream status?
On my terms, not yours.
Something has gone terribly wrong here. Far beyond the earthquakes, locust swarms, and rain of fire.
Skipping through quest descriptions, dialogue, and, well, anything skippable is the default MO for many MMO players. Sure, role-playing servers in the Old Republic have certainly raised the narrative ceiling, but lore tends to lag far behind skill trees and loot in terms of importance. The Secret World puts a big emphasis on weaving its tales of the macabre. All myths are real, and secret societies have you exploring the entire spectrum of the supernatural. Zombies and mermen terrorize a New England town, mummies and cultists are warring in Egypt, and no classic cliché goes unmentioned.
But there's someone else too. Someone with a lot of resources and friends in the highest places.
Quests are delivered through long monologues and overacted but entertaining cutscenes with the earnest manner of a community theater performance. Serious matters are often sandwiched between puns, and it can take a while to find the main thread, but when it takes hold, this MMO can feel more like a single-player RPG as you race to find out what happens next.
Your princess is in another castle.
With places like Lovecraft Lane and callouts to other video games, The Secret World has the distinct aroma of a well-circulated internet in-joke, with collectible lore icons peppering the game's original backstories. You'll groan, smirk, and eat it up like the modern pulp it is.
You'd think with all the hours I put into Left 4 Dead, they'd let me carry a gun.
With the buzzing of magic bees, you awaken, filled with a magic ability offered to one of 3 secret societies. Create a young Adonis or Aphrodite, join the group that floats your boat, and start investigating the paranormal. The Secret World would like to make you think it's broken from tradition with no levels or classes, but in actuality these tropes have been tied to weapons, and acquiring experience to unlock different skills feels suspiciously close to traditional leveling. The gear fetishism so prevalent in many MMOs is muted in the Secret World. You'll still strive for better equipment, although the weapons are modestly adorned, and talismans, standing in for stat-improving armor, offer no ornamentation at all.
Nah. Too much visibility on the street. They're listening. They're always listening.
The clothes that your character wears can be purchased with in-game currency, real-world cash, or earned from specific quests. Showing off your fashion sense through pret-a-porter duds is a nice touch, even if it doesn't broadcast your baller-level stat development. It's the quests that make the secret world shine. The land is filled with colorful characters and cast-off detritus that open the world up with various tasks. You'll still need to commit to routine slaughter of specific enemy types, but there's a strong sense of escalation, and interesting things can happen in between bouts of bloodshed. The environments that harbor these challenges are also exquisitely detailed. Places as mundane as deserts or forests feel like much more than a simple swath of sand or trees. PvP has the three factions duking it out in one persistent war zone and two smaller arenas. The ongoing war can strangely feel like running laps to capture points, sometimes avoiding the other factions entirely, while the arenas favor straightforward en masse onslaughts. There's some competitive fun to be had, but this aspect of the game lacks polish and generally feels like an aside. With no PvP in the story zones, this is as good as it gets. The only other options are the under-attended free-for-all fight clubs found in each hub. It can take some time to acclimate to the secret world, but with a bit of experience under your belt, it really can become a magical place. The plunder might feel ho-hum in the game's grand scheme, but the quests themselves are often riveting, so long as you aren't stymied by a bug.
And you may be feeling some discomfort from the microchip that I grafted to your spinal column.
Funcom's marketing department would have you believe that the Secret World's combat is a new beast, where quick reflexes will save your butt. In practice, it's still the steady rhythm of button presses as standard attacks bank energy for power attacks and ability cooldowns expire. There's a dodge ability to use when enemies telegraph their uber attacks, and physical proximity comes into play on occasion, but while it's engaging, it's hardly revolutionary. Abilities do tend to play off each other in interesting ways, so exploring various skill combinations can be fun, though it can take a while to decode the game's stats and terms for something that really gels.
Connect the dots.
There's often just a little more than meets the eye in the secret world. More complex missions will have you using items to break up combat, and stealth expeditions asking you to avoid it completely. Even small side jobs, often triggered by examining particular objects in the world, will feature some sort of twist. The instance dungeons focus on challenging boss battles that exhibit a puzzle-like nature and reward success with some of the game's best equipment. Investigations are where the real brain-bending takes place. Esoteric knowledge and math skills come in handy with an in-game web browser letting you research Bible verses and other clues. There's a smidge of grunt work involved, like decoding Morse code, but for the most part, the puzzles are devious and fun.
I didn't actually expect that. I had thought you were dead.
Beyond the brain power needed to solve the puzzles, there's surprisingly a little bit of Mario in the mix. Jumping is no longer just an impish impulse while running from point A to B. The secret world asks you to look before you leap with a carefully timed jump from time to time. There's no falling damage to worry about, and with hidden honeycombs of lore secreted away, it's sometimes worth taking a tumble. This adds a pleasant layer of exploration beyond beelining to waypoint after waypoint and accruing quests. Wandering can be its own reward. The downside to these adventures, from the smallest side mission to an epic enigma, is that many are buggy at launch, forcing you to put them on the back burner. Because the complexity of the tasks goes well beyond the typical kill 10 bunnies routine, it can be difficult to know if the quest is broken or if you're just missing something vital, which can be hugely frustrating. The first round of patches fixed some of these issues. Still expect to see a constant stream of game chatter about bugged out quest lines in the game's immediate future.
누구랑 같이 있었냐고? 이 새끼가 피 터지게 한번 맞아 봐야 입을 열겠구만 이거.
This is the Hollow Earth.
The secret world does a good job of breathing life into the undead and the otherworldly. Even traditional types of enemies all have some sort of edge. There may be only a few zones, but each is plotted with abundant detail. Combat effects are as blasé as the combat, which cycle through identical animations like a monotone mantra. Cutscenes are pleasant to watch, even with the hammy and dramatic deliveries, which makes the poor lip syncing and clipping that sometimes pop up much more regrettable.
You find out what those people died for, and you bring a reckoning.
As for the mystic savants that populate the world, gym membership may be clearly enforced, but none of the secret societies operate the fashion police, though the Templars have probably considered it.
With a little...
Let us work to ensure their suffering is keener.
The word artifice often has a negative connotation. Here, it's the careful, thoughtful deception that makes the secret world stand out. The vainglorious plot and meticulous landscapes of cliché will draw you in place of base compulsions to hit a level cap or maximize a gear score. If you can stomach the horrors of the night, as well as rote combat and occasionally glitched gameplay, you might just be the perfect pledge for the secret society.
When you bleed the land eventually bleeds you back.
That wave tin is some bullshit.
The first thing you'll notice about Dust and Elysian Tale is how strikingly rendered its world is. Few games so effortlessly evoke the dreamy texture of an animated film. The next thing that'll jump out at you is just how effusive its cast of anthropomorphic animals is. All of those beautiful sets would go to waste without an earnest attempt at cartoon pathos after all, and Dust's menagerie of talking beasts gives it their all. None more than Dust himself.
Yeah, and it seems to be working.
The titular protagonist is the very embodiment of the heroic enigma, equal parts gallant survivor and deadly killer. In this game, though, the archetype is cast as an adorable cat-like thing. As Dust, your job is to uncover your past while righting what wrongs plague the land. In your employ are a talking sword who serves to dispense wisdom and vague hints about your provenance and destiny, and a pixie-like being that resembles a flying squirrel. Fidget, as she's called, serves the practical purpose of shooting magic. But she's much more effective at lengthy interjections through the game's abundant cutscenes. Depending on your capacity to tolerate overbearingly lovable furry things, you may find yourself wishing that Dust would stumble across one of those jars that Link uses to bottle up fairies.
I'll say. They told me the box was filled with cupcakes.
The script here is basically Metroidvania, with a heavy dash of side quests and a pronounced focus on flashy, spectacular, combo-oriented combat. As Dust gains new abilities to move through the world, he slides to get under tunnels or double jumps to reach distant heights. You're able to visit previously unreachable spots, typically to access treasure. You'll find plenty of items that Dust can equip, as well as components to craft upgrades and sell at shops. Though the world isn't as fine-grained as the ones you remember from the finest examples of the form, there's still plenty to uncover, and all the hidden stuff is helpfully keyed on the map. The game also does its best to push along its critical path, which makes the side quests and exploration feel especially extracurricular. Not so with the fighting. Combat in Dust tries its best to engage your reflexes as wholly as it titillates you with its balletic visuals, and the results are often intoxicating. Enemies normally come at you in sizable hordes, all the better to mow through them with your combos, toss-ups, and magic. The scheme is simple, utilizing two buttons in ways that are manageable while still feeling variable, allowing even for a bit of finesse with tightly timed parries. It's too bad that the vast majority of enemies feel like a pushover, merely fodder with which to inflate your combo count. This becomes increasingly pronounced as you start to level up. The few that demand you rethink your approach are easily foiled by one gimmick or another, a parry usually, or a full tilt unleashing of Fidget's startlingly powerful magic. Still, few developers have gone broke betting on our capacity to be mesmerized by flashy combat. Illusory as their depth may be, the game's fundamentals will propel you easily enough through the 10 polished hours it'll take you to see it through. If you're game for a striking take on the classic side-scrolling adventure, albeit one populated by a cast of urgently self-serious talking animals, you could do much worse than Dust Elysian Tale.
I can't take any more of this.
it's hard not to draw comparisons to the Portal series when discussing Quantum Conundrum. The game's creative director worked on Portal, and both games share a premise with first-person puzzling and mad science. We'd also be remiss not to mention the heavy dash of megalomania, though it's coming from a much more benign place in Quantum Conundrum.
Each time was complete with a grand entrance from the brother who was in fact a professor and inventor with a profound and soaring intellect.
You play an anonymous niece or nephew on a visit with Uncle Professor Quadrangle at his mansion that's really more of a laboratory. The professor is stuck in a pocket dimension and stricken with short-term memory loss, leaving it up to you to gather his technology and figure out what's going on with all that sallow science juice flowing through the manor. Foremost an excuse to shepherd you through a variety of puzzles, the paper-thin story is mainly conveyed via the disembodied professor's dull barbs and hints.
I bet you wanted me to do that, huh? Mad scientist's crazy evil laugh.
These puzzles have you circumventing lasers and other hazards as you make your way to the exit and onto the next room. Your uncle's weird science gives you 4 dimension-shifting abilities, controlling object densities, making them lighter or heavier in other words, slowing down time, and inverting gravity. The dimensions are introduced one by one, with little time squandered on boring tutorials, making mastery of your powers a necessity from the get-go.
And go!
Having all the powers at your disposal certainly makes things interesting, though the best puzzles will often deny you access to a key ability. A few scenarios will also give you the choice of which powers to use. However, the majority of the time you'll be dealing with fairly straightforward multi-step puzzles. After careful observation and perhaps a hint from Uncle, the majority of them end up feeling a bit too routine. The need to reckon with physics injects a bit of dynamism into the proceedings, but after taking a ride on a slow-mo safe a few times, you'll feel the game starting to exhaust its bag of tricks. Of the 50 or so puzzles, only a select few stand out. People with a phobia of first-person jumping should also take note. There's a lot of it here, and while slowing time can make it a little easier to deal with, your in-game entity still moves at normal speed. Checkpoints are constant, but there are no quick saves for the more fiendishly demanding leaps. Quantum Conundrum has a good bit of replay value with collectibles and challenge modes working to pad the package. With several dozen scenarios on offer, it'll certainly keep you busy if you've got a hankering for trans-dimensional brain teasers. It's just too bad that so few of the puzzles end up feeling memorable.
Hoop them!
When Sins of a Solar Empire first burst onto the real-time strategy scene in 2008, it conquered the hearts of thousands with its unique mix of civilization building and real-time space battles. 4 years later, it's still one of the best strategy experiences available on the market, and Rebellion steps up the already impressive ante with new ships, graphical updates, and an armada of tweaks. As a standalone expansion, it's the perfect package for newcomers, but are these features enticing enough for veterans to join the Rebellion? As with Sins of a Solar Empire and its 2 mini-expansions, Rebellion's sheer variety of tasks can seem overwhelming at first. Amassing a fleet of warships and sending them into battle is but one aspect of this sweeping epic. You also explore and colonize new planets, collect resources, engage in diplomacy, build an infrastructure, and establish trade routes, often at the same time. It all requires monumental feats of multitasking that leads to matches lasting anywhere from 20 minutes to several hours. But it's a credit to the development team that it never grows too complex to handle. Instead of tossing a new faction into the existing mix of TEC, Visari, and Advent, Rebellion splits the existing factions into rebel and loyalist camps, with differing abilities. The concept's comparative lack of thematic variety initially seems disappointing, but it's easier to accept once you realize that each faction has at least one doozy of unique special ability that makes up for it. Loyalist TEC forces, for instance, can fire a cannon that wreaks havoc on distant gravity wells. TEC rebels can convince annoying pirates to fight by their side, and Viserys loyalists have a Galactus-like ability to devour entire planets. Somehow, owing to an intricate but intuitive system of checks and balances, such skills rarely seem as imbalanced as they could. It's also a scenario that's ripe for a single-player campaign, full of betrayals and political intrigue among the three factions. But players who have long waited for a dose of story in Sins of the Solar Empire won't find much besides decent cutscenes and snippets of lore scattered about menu screens. It's a shame, because it's hard to relate to the factions aside from admiration for their respective abilities. Even though Ironclad still hasn't done much with the story, they've improved almost every one of the available civilian and military research trees. This includes a much-wanted makeover of the previously flawed diplomacy tree, which now grants shareable bonuses for the two parties involved. If you're new to Sins of a Solar Empire, keep in mind that its gameplay is every bit as complex as it sounds. A new set of extensive tutorials and one of the most intuitive user interfaces in strategy gaming softens Sin's learning curve a bit, but you'll still want to get comfortable with the robust, single-player skirmishes before you jump online and battle with the veterans. Just be prepared for what feels like an inconsistent AI. While the brutally intelligent AI in Sin's previous releases felt perfectly balanced, the AI in Rebellion often vacillates between ridiculously easy to ridiculously hard. If you're a veteran, you'll find that nothing alters the gameplay of Sins of a Solar Empire so much as the introduction of Titans and Corvettes, which disrupt all of the comfortable strategies involving the existing capital ships, cruisers, and frigates you may have built up over the years. Corvettes may be cheap, versatile fighters that dwarf even frigates in size, but they can harry larger targets and pack a considerable punch in large numbers. The massive and expensive Titan, on the other hand, can wreak the havoc of a Death Star on entire flotillas and grant buffs to friendly ships. But don't get the idea that your Titan is some imbalanced god machine. As with almost everything else in Sins, you'll need to allow a lot of time for your faction to build its own version of these plotting dreadnoughts. Even then, Titans don't get powerful until they've engaged in many battles, and you can usually count on your enemies bombarding the construction platform until the moment it's finished. After all, if you're playing another player, they're constantly warned of your Titan's imminent completion via a timer. It's little touches like this that make Rebellion more enjoyable than its predecessors, particularly since they add an extra element of tension to the franchise's comparatively slow pace of gameplay. Sins of a Solar Empire has never looked better, thanks to extensive graphical updates, and the welcome addition of shadows adds a degree of grandeur that was absent in the original game. Zoom in far enough on your fleet's battles, and the combined shadows and new higher resolution textures allow combat to achieve something approaching cinematic intensity. It's even better when you turn off the interface and sit back and watch the carnage you've begun. That's not to say that Sins as a whole isn't starting to look its age after 4 years, but the models have aged well nevertheless, and any further tinkering might have ruined the ease with which you can zoom in on ships and then zoom out to a full view of the system. Unfortunately, the sound apparently hasn't received much attention at all, and it's regrettable that Ironclad didn't at least work in some more music among the merely passable voiceovers and sound effects. Make no mistake, Rebellion is every bit as fun as its predecessor, and its additions provide the best experiences the multiplayer mode has seen to date. If you've never experienced Sins of a Solar Empire before, you'll find no better entry point than Rebellion. But if Rebellion commits any sins of its own, it's in the $40 price tag, which seems excessive for an expansion that will almost certainly strike its loyal fans as little more than a meaty content patch. If you're willing to take the financial plunge, however, you'll find that Ironclad has pulled off the rare feat of fiddling with the classic's gameplay without leaving behind the feeling that something was lost in the process. First announced at E3 2010, sorcery enchanted us with the allure of casting spells and brewing potions through the use of motion controls. It's easily the most enticing concept we've encountered, and one with the potential to help the move crack in a big way. Has Sony finally found the magic, or is this another black mark on Move's bumpy history?
Whoa! That's pretty wicked!
My mother is Lady Everfair, the queen of the fairy realm.
In Sorcery, you play the role of a young apprentice named Finn, who's studying under the tutelage of Master Sorcerer Dash. One day when Dash is out on errands, you go against his wishes and ruin a powerful potion the old man had been working on. Taking the advice of your feline companion Erline, the two of you set off to find the ingredients to concoct another brew before Dash returns. However, soon into the excursion, a powerful witch breaks free and threatens to destroy mankind. Feeling the rush of finally being on a real adventure, Finn and Erline team up to stop her before it's too late.
Make for the docks! We have to find Dash!
Sorcery starts off on a lighthearted note, but it soon takes a turn for the dramatic and delves into darker themes. Its fairy tale story, full of wonder and adventure, will appeal to those of all ages. The writing ultimately holds the plot back from reaching its true potential, but the story is worth seeing through to the end nonetheless.
Whoa! Look at me!
Bad idea. Incredibly stupid, awful idea.
Come on, these guys are pushovers. Let's see what's inside.
Your quest to save the kingdom whisks you away to a fantasy world where you'll fight increasingly more difficult creatures. You don't have total freedom in exploring levels. Instead of an open environment, Sorcery strings you along through its scripted events with very little backtracking. There are occasional branching paths with a hidden treasure or two waiting at the end for the bold, but for the most part, you're confined to where the game wants you to go. It's not suffocating by any means, and there's a good balance between the action and puzzle solving, with plenty of quieter moments so you can catch your breath.
There's strong magic up ahead. I can feel it.
As an apprentice, you start off with limited skills that lack much variety, but over the course of the game, you'll obtain power-ups that grant you new elemental abilities. Your spells aren't the only thing that can evolve either. You can permanently increase certain passive abilities by tapping into the game's alchemy system, which allows you to brew potions using raw materials you've collected. The system works much like a skill tree you'd see in an RPG, and new potions are only available after you experiment with the ingredients, which is sure to appease the curious.
You're a sheep.
Puzzles are few and far between and mostly comprise of waving your wand in a direction to toss pillars or hitting switches with a blast of magic. Except for only a few scant instances that required more intricate thinking, the puzzles aren't very creative. Most of the challenge comes from figuring out how to take down some of the more fearsome monsters and bosses you encounter down the road, where you'll need quick reflexes and mastery of your repertoire of spells if you want to have any chance of success. This may look like a tame game on the surface, but the challenge can really ramp up down the stretch.
I got a plan.
Tell me.
I fight the elf.
That's not a plan. That's suicide.
Though the game will last around 10 or so hours to complete, Sorcery is a bare-bones experience devoid of any extras, such as new costumes or additional modes, other than the single-player campaign. Considering you can't even select to replay from the start of a level, there's little incentive to come back for seconds.
We could be anywhere.
This looks like... Lock Barrow?
Hurry! We don't have much time.
Sorcery puts the move to good use, incorporating very basic gesture-based controls to cast the spells that let you take out enemies, solve puzzles, and make your way through treacherous landscapes. Producing magic is easy enough. Simply flick your wrist to conjure up elemental attacks, and make circular motions to change the precise nature of your spell. Shaking your controller like a maraca gets tiresome, but when you finally unlock new elements, you can combine these spells in real time to produce more powerful attacks. This is where the game is at its best, and there are ample opportunities to take advantage of mixing magic to beat the odds.
The fire is coming for us all!
It all works well when you're given enough time, but in the midst of the chaos when you're being assaulted by multiple foes, it's too easy to slip up and cast the wrong spell. There is a slowdown mechanic in place when trying to change elements, but often it's not adequate, and it doesn't help that the move doesn't always accurately register your motions, leading to some unintended consequences. It's a nuisance, but the problem never spirals out of control enough to ruin the experience. With a bit of patience, it's easy to overcome the learning curve and enjoy the motion controls. The rest of the motion-based actions work perfectly fine, whether it's trying to solve a puzzle with directional swings, or brewing a potion by shaking the controller, or making a stirring motion. It's a cut above what you'd find in other similar games, like the recent Harry Potter entries, but it doesn't get so complex that you feel overwhelmed. And most importantly, wishing you had a way to engage the game with traditional controls.
Stop talking talking and be on your guard. Look at the birds. We can fly.
The scenic vistas of Sorcery range from the bright and cheery countryside to the dark and gloomy ruins and forests. Environments are diverse and draw you in, but the sometimes goofy animations of Finn and the rest of the cast will slap you back to reality. The game tends to chug along every now and then, even though the visuals hardly push the envelope. The banter between Finn and Erline has its moments, and the score is comprised of thundering battle themes and mellow fantasy tunes that appropriately set the mood.
There was no other way.
I let the years slip by, hiding from danger, when I should have run out to meet it.
Sorcery embraces the move's functionality to deliver something only possible with gesture-based controls, even if they're still not quite optimal. It's unfortunate that Sony couldn't muster a more complete package with extra content and incentive to come back after completing the single-player mode. As it stands, Sorcery conjures up just enough magic to bewitch those looking for a story-driven adventure, but its enchantment isn't quite bewitching enough to make it a must-own experience.
Don't look so surprised.
The Ghost Recon franchise cut its teeth on tactical squad-based warfare on the PC, but only once it brought the formula to the consoles did it become a hit. It's been half a decade since the last release, and Ghost Recon Future Soldier enters the market at a time when attention spans are at an all-time low. A more thoughtful shooter than most, can it still keep adrenaline levels high?
All right then, let's go get these sons of bitches that did this.
Predator, get out of there!
Get clear! Get clear! Move!
Things start off interestingly enough as a bomb goes off in Nicaragua, killing several U.S. soldiers. What begins as a hunt to find the perpetrator quickly turns into hackneyed globetrotting with a squad full of military caricatures called the Ghosts. The plot practically decapitates itself. Since you're always looking for the bad guy, a clear villain is never established. Thugs and scumbags come and go, but there's no sense of cohesion between each level. Some of the cutscenes aren't quite bad enough to be good, and some surprisingly lack authenticity. One scene has the Ghosts rescuing a hostage without ever checking under the hood to see if they have the right person. It also shamelessly rips off its contemporaries, right down to the obligatory helicopter ride set to a poignant classic song.
I shot the sheriff, but I didn't shoot the deputy.
Future Soldier's campaign is split into chapters with fairly frequent checkpoints. While the path is relatively straightforward, there's enough space in the level design to provide some latitude in how you handle each conflict. With no narrative to drive you forward, it amounts to a gussied-up tutorial that teaches you the ins and outs of the exhaustive collection of gear and guns. 6 missions in, the bag of tricks is pretty much emptied, and the remainder of the campaign drags. You can work through it with 3 friends online, but it doesn't make the last half of the game any more enjoyable. Like many recent shooters, it appears that the majority of development resources have been spent on multiplayer. You won't find any deathmatch or capture the flag modes here. In fact, the variety falls well short of the standard set by 2007's Advanced Warfighter 2. It's all about objective-based skirmishes across 10 different maps. There are 4 different game types, but save one, they're all different spins on capturing and defending. The exception has both teams trying to carry a bomb to a blast site to detonate it. Guerrilla is its take on Horde mode for up to 4 players, and it also focuses on capturing and holding. There's a leveling structure that strikes a nice balance between work and reward. Occasionally you're given a choice between 2 free weapon attachments, but you have to earn the rest. At each level reached, you're rewarded with attachment points for each of the game's 2 factions. You can then spend these in the gunsmith interface to unlock every part and parcel of a gun's construction. From muzzle to butt, you can build the ultimate weapon. Aside from being extremely slick, the exploding interface actually teaches you how a gun is constructed, and how each component influences its abilities.
So they actually got those working.
Not bad.
Community is important in games like this, and it does a great job of keeping you wired into how your friends are playing. You can even send or accept challenges. And while the campaign is limp, the multiplayer has immense staying power for those who enjoy a more tactical bent. No matter whether you're playing online or off, the gameplay is built around detection. You can toss sensors that will reveal enemy locations or fly a UAV drone above the fray to uncover their positions. The campaign is split into 2 different mission types. They're the typical kill everything that moves objectives, and some levels that require stealth. The latter can frustrate because detection leads to instant mission failure. Eventually, the battlefield is loaded with foes, and it's difficult to determine their field of vision. You'll fail and have no idea why, turning the later stages into exercises in trial and error.
Engage is necessary, but don't alert anyone.
Playing cooperatively doesn't alleviate the issue because human-controlled soldiers are more easily detected than those manned by the computer. In multiplayer, detection is often the difference between victory and miserable defeat. If no one on your team uses sensors or drones, you have no chance. The nature of the objective-based modes also encourages camping as you attempt to defend each capture point.
Demo charge in place and armed.
At least when the enemy does come calling, you can utilize the best cover system in the genre. Moving in and out of protection is quick and intuitive, and once you've settled in behind an object, you can pop up and down or side to side with ease. The only caveat is that pulling out of cover can be a little clumsy, making close quarters confrontations awkward at times. Despite a fairly generous aim assist, shooting is handled very well. All the weapons feature their own spread patterns and effective distances that can be tweaked with attachments. In the campaign, you can mark targets in order and then perform a sync shot where each member of your squad drops an enemy at the same exact moment.
On your shot.
The computer isn't especially smart, so they'll run directly into danger even after watching their comrades get dropped right in front of them. Your teammates fare a little better, aided by the fact that the enemy almost never detects them. They can navigate the environment to find a clear shot, and they are actually effective at felling foes on their own.
Do it.
Online, there are 2 teams of 8 with 2 squads apiece, and you can spawn on any of your squad mates provided they're not too close to an objective. There are no kill streak rewards or perks, but suppression is a viable tactic as it will actually affect the enemy's display. There are 3 classes that fit the Assault, Engineer, and Sniper archetypes. All of them can revive teammates, and there's enough gear variety to make each one a compelling play.
How long's the team need?
Prep? About 30 seconds.
You'll control a lot more than guns, and whether you're handling the armaments of a quadped warhound, flying a drone, using melee, or escorting an injured ally to safety using one arm, everything is intuitive and interesting. Future Soldier cut some corners with its presentation, but its visuals still hold their own. The filters used for optics look great, the levels feature a nice variety, and it manages to create a lot of tension. The HUD has entirely too many things to address, yet it never looks cluttered or becomes confusing or distracting. Textures get a little dicey up close, some objects could use an extra polygon or 2, and the set pieces lack polish, but it runs at a steady rate, and there are plenty of objects to duck behind. The voice acting isn't particularly good, but it's not helped by the writing, while the music fails to make much of an impression.
Let's get it together.
Let's go, gentlemen. I don't like being on the ground.
If you buy games for the single-player experience, it's hard to recommend Ghost Recon Future Soldier. Once you hop online, it's a different story, as the tactical, objective-driven modes manage to fill the 5-year void left since the release of the superior Advanced Warfighter 2. It's heavily reliant on teammates who are willing to play specific roles, but with a group of dedicated soldiers, it's a war that you'll want to keep fighting.
Well, I guess that worked.
One, two, fuck it, 3!
Dead Island captivated players earlier this year with a stunning trailer, which finally put the co-op Zombie Slayer on the map for many, despite being announced 5 years ago. Is this undead resort a player's paradise? or more like an unpleasant timeshare.
Well, I'm sorry, but that's impossible.
Broken head, broken legs, body parts on the concrete.
After a wild night on the island of Benoy, you awake to find the Royal Palm Resort and the very island itself overrun by zombies, bikini-clad or otherwise. With help from some mysterious voices over the radio, you manage to find other survivors.
You there, mate? Hello? Hello!
For some reason, you're different, immune to becoming one of the Walking Dead, and thus a new hope for rescue. From there, it's a thin string of story where survival trumps narrative as you gather supplies, rescue people, and make your way through the island. There are occasional hints as to why this zombie outbreak is happening, and the story picks up speed toward the end of the game. Camp and schlock, the bread and butter of many a zombie yarn, are somewhat present, yet even a quest-giving nun fails more often than not to elicit your curiosity beyond seeing how she'll reward you. The playable characters come with lavish backstories that simmer down to background noise immediately, popping up only in cutscenes to shout stereotypical zingers.
The girl is right.
Survival is a noble goal, but this dry tale doesn't sustain your interest for the length of this big game.
That asshole just said the exact same thing those motherfuckers at the police station did.
These people are gonna help us.
The island of Benoy is large and varied, presenting dozens of hours of exploration and plenty of quests, some of which are vital to progressing the paper-thin plot, while others are just there for loot and experience. Save for a few sanctuaries, the whole place is dripping with the dead. The different areas each offer unique looks and layouts, and exploring off the beaten path can net lucrative quests and items. There are also smaller, mapless indoor zones that offer a darker, more claustrophobic and directed experience where tensions tend to rise as your flashlight runs out of juice. These spots tend to drag on as you're locked in and required to finish specific tasks before you're let out. The quests run the gamut, from killing zombies and escorting survivors to finding teddy bears.
Teddy! Where have you been?
And turning off gushing fire hydrants. That's a lot of variety, and even during the incessant zombie killing, there's usually some flavor mixed in. Minor annoyances abound, with some unclear objectives, menu usability issues, and a messy minimap, especially when in vertical structures.
And they're just playing for their own team.
There's a lot to see and do, and even more zombies to murder, and it's all more enjoyable with a similarly leveled friend or three. Co-op is available almost immediately and allows up to 4 players to cruise the mean streets of Benoy, complete quests, trade, and heal fallen allies. You can easily see what quest your partner is on, as well as teleport to them at key points and pick up the slack when they're winded. You can even ride shotgun in one of the many vehicles. Enemies get harder as you add players, and they scale to your level as well, meaning the game always offers a challenge. As a result, XP grinding is non-existent, and you'll always be able to tackle any mission you encounter. While it would have been nice to be able to slaughter some low-level zomblings, it's even nicer to be able to progress at your own pace without hitting artificial barriers. Dead Island's creative objectives and changing environments more than make up for the lackluster story and interface oversights. It's a game that can take scores of hours to complete, and there's plenty of replayability after the campaign is finished as you try to max out your level and acquire the best gear and collectibles.
Ow!
Do exactly as I say, okay? You're gonna have to trust me.
So how does one actually go about surviving on the Isle of the Dead? While there are firearms, Dead Island has a penchant for melee. The characters all have their own specialization, be it guns, blades, or blunt weapons, and skill trees to further distinguish and customize them. No one is really stuck in any particular role, however, making any and all weapons desirable. And you'll need your tools. Melee weapons break a little with each swing, and you'll need to spend cash to repair, mod, and upgrade them. Don't get too attached, since over time, better weapons, both common and rare, will replace that axe you spent a couple grand on. Scavenging for greenbacks, weapons, and recipe parts is an ongoing chore that rewards mechanical thoroughness more than the ability to spot hidden caches. Food and energy drinks act as small heals, with medkits being particularly rare and expensive. Capitalism still rules supreme even during the apocalypse, and you'll lose 10% of your cash if you die. Speaking of dying, we ran into some bad bugs in the review build we played, which frequently caused us to spawn in unexplored and hostile territory, sometimes right in the middle of a pack of enemies. Deep Silver has stated that these bugs will be addressed with the Day 1 patch, but we didn't receive that update for our review.
See that greedy bastard? It is the end of days.
Dispatching zombies can take a lot of hacks, slashes, shots, and shivs. And while headshots do more damage, be prepared to dance with the dead while managing your stamina as you land each blow. This can get particularly annoying late in the game when you play solo and face more zombies. But even if you run out of viable options, you always have your fists and feet. Kicking takes no stamina, so it's always a viable option, but it does puny damage if you don't dump points into it. Be prepared to climb cars and kick zombies in the face when things get rough. Every weapon has a real sense of weight to it, and the adventurous can try the optional analog melee controls, which might lend you some tactical advantages, but can take a good bit of getting used to. You'll slice and dice many a limb from many a zombie, and there's a ton of different looking zombies, but only a handful of types. The typical zombies are the walkers, making up the bulk of the troop. Then there are fast-infected, brutish thugs, exploding suiciders, and puke-filled floaters, plus a few more in the later levels. Their numbers quickly end up being more impressive than their uniqueness, with any individual zombie being easy to dispatch. There are a handful of encounters with human enemies that bring out the gunplay and distance game, and these targets thankfully drop more reasonably through a well-placed headshot.
Kill those fuckers!
Driving through hordes of zombies, jumping out to loot their corpses before finishing a quest and leveling up is a common occurrence in Dead Island, one that practically ticks boxes off the Digital Mayhem checklist. The game's economy and loot do much to keep things challenging and interesting, and if you play in brief bursts, the repetition of constant scavenging and wall-to-wall combat doesn't mar the experience. Extended sessions are best played with friends, though, lest you resort to canning zombies to death.
My muscles are starting to cramp up.
Dead Island's Chrome engine is uneven. Human characters have a marionette-like sheen, and the lush locations are characterized by plentiful pop-up. The zombies and their maimed limbs do the genre justice, though, and punching out the damaged glass of a windshield looks pretty amazing the first time. If you like cars, get used to seeing it again and again. The voice acting is earnest enough, but the quips come at such a high frequency, you'll want to avoid other survivors.
You look like you've been to the bloody ringer.
Soloists might enjoy a long weekend on Dead Island, but this isn't a game for the separate vacations crowd. The combination of Twitch action with an MMO's girth, minus the grind, cements the game as co-op classic. There's some brain-dead repetition as you down brain eaters, but the rising challenge and resource management means you'll always be mindful of your tasks.
We're staying with the plan, or I'm taking the car and you're on your own.
The story of Nathan Hale has ended, but Resistance 3 continues the saga as the scraps of humanity defy extinction on an Earth overrun by the Chimera. Should you answer the call to save mankind, or let others fight in your place? Four years after the end of Resistance 2, the human race has been defeated in war, but yet clings to survival as a new vaccine prevents the Chimeran virus from converting the remaining population. Living with a wife and son in Haven, Oklahoma, Joseph Capelli is a reluctant hero, uninterested in assisting Dr. Malikov on a daring trip to New York, until his wife finally convinces him to go.
I am tired of watching my son die.
It's this sense of connection that distinguishes Resistance 3 from the detached military affairs of previous games. Capelli has something personal at stake, and the pockets of humanity he encounters along the way have all found different ways to cope with being constantly hunted by the enemy. While the story certainly builds a stronger bridge with players, it doesn't quite reach its emotional potential. And with so much already known about the Chimera, the mysteries on the fringes of this episode aren't quite as enticing.
What the hell is it? Look, Joseph. Straight ahead. A kraken.
Resistance 3 has a well-paced campaign that lasts roughly 8 hours, continually changing things up, whether through new weapons, enemies, or situations. In one area, you'll creep through the woods searching for cloaked snipers, and soon after, you'll be unloading shotgun rounds into a seemingly endless rush of Grims. The changes flow naturally through the game's broader context, and the regular introduction of new elements keeps it from ever growing stale. In addition to the typical extras like art and blooper reels, completing the campaign unlocks cheats to let you mess around or create more challenge in your next playthrough. You can turn on regenerating health, carry any weapon irrespective of mission restrictions, or give better weapons to your enemies, giving you a bit more replay incentive, in addition to simply raising the difficulty.
It's shooting through the walls!
The game also features cooperative play in both online and split-screen flavors. This time there's no additional co-op content, just the chance to bring a friend through the main campaign, fighting together and reviving each other when you fall. However, playing in split screen can be a little rough, as the visual performance doesn't hold up nearly as well. Multiplayer has been scaled back to 8-on-8 battles in fairly standard game modes. In addition to Deathmatch and Capture the Flag, there's Breach, which requires one team to destroy the opposing team's generators, and Chain Reaction, which is a tug-of-war competition for a line of capture points taken in succession. The campaign's health kits are tossed out in favor of regenerating health, and players who rack up kill streaks are rewarded with temporary perks like invisibility, the infamous auger that shoots through walls, and the ability to mutate into an armored beast of destruction. The tools at your disposal are determined by your multiplayer experience. Preset loadouts are followed by custom ones that let you purchase various weapons and skills. Each player has access to 2 abilities with cooldown timers, allowing you to do things like spot enemies for your team or create bubble shields. Additionally, you can equip passive attributes like the ability to carry multiple weapons or an innate power that causes leapers to spring from your corpse when you die. Like most recent Sony games, Resistance 3 has support for 3D displays and PlayStation Move. However, while the motion controls work well when firing from the hip, looking down the sights locks your view, making it a struggle to fine-tune your aim. Resistance 3 moves away from the giant set-piece monsters of its predecessor in favor of more intimate duels with groups of infantry. That's not to say, however, that there aren't a few bosses. Among other things, you'll face off against dropships, spider-like widowmakers, and a burrowing creature that goes by the name of Satan. The campaign also shrugs off regenerative health in favor of green health canisters. The pickups aren't scarce, but they're spread out enough to create a sense of tension and reinforce the need to play carefully. Insomniac also rightfully focuses Resistance 3 on its greatest strength as a studio, making cool guns. A weapon wheel grants access to your full arsenal, and in addition to old standbys like the auger and the magnum with detonating rounds, there are several new toys to play with. The cryo gun freezes enemies in place, allowing you to shatter them with a melee attack or a concussive blast from the gun's alt-fire. Then there's the atomizer, an amazing device you'll want to pull out when you're swarmed in close areas. The main fire electrocutes any creature in short range, while the alt-fire creates a gravity well that drags enemies in from all directions and crushes them like a mini black hole. Each of your weapons can level up twice with use, which results in new bonuses for your favorite guns. Level 2 marksmen and Deadeyes get improved scopes, while a level 3 shotgun can blast out an impressive wall of fire. Several of the new enemy types complement your arsenal and bring new dimensions to firefights. The armored plates of rushing brawlers can be blown off with the Magnum sticky explosive rounds, while jumping long legs are a good excuse for using the bullseye's homing tags. The toughest moments come as you face mixed groups with different strengths, but it does take time for the challenge to ramp up, so Resistance veterans may want to start with the hardest difficulty setting. Resistance 3 doesn't look bad by any means, but its visuals aren't leading the PS3 pack, especially when you consider its contemporaries like Killzone and Uncharted. Among its strengths are shifting color palettes and diverse environments, which give each location a distinct look. Dust and wind effects blow across the ground when dropships come in, and the game is quite a bit more violent than its predecessors, with Chimera exploding in gouts of blood and unfortunate souls having their heads ripped off. Facial animations are stiff, however, even during clear shifts to pre-rendered cutscenes. The audio design is solid with capable voice actors and enemies that give clear cues when they die, allowing you to quickly refocus during intense firefights. The soundtrack sticks to a characteristic orchestral score, creating an atmosphere that mixes military and horror themes. The increased emphasis on weapons is clearly the right move for Resistance 3. Trying out different guns and upgrading each is a blast, and there are some fun surprises as the game goes on. Despite some neat boosters and abilities, the multiplayer doesn't do much to stand out, but the variety and pacing of the campaign makes it the best in the series so far. Makers of racing games, action games, and flight sims, Gaijin Games releases have been hit or miss over the years. 2009's X-Blades is an example of good intentions gone horribly wrong, but the developer is taking another crack at the hot chick with the sword concept with Blades of Time, a spiritual successor to X-Blades. The second go-around includes a unique time mechanic that had the chance to set it apart from other action games, but the potential is ultimately squandered with poor execution.
Make use of the time rewind ability during the fight.
Today will set out for glory and wealth.
Blades of Time opens with a chaotic and confusing scene that leaves you scrambling to understand what's going on, and the messily scattered plot doesn't really come together as the game progresses. From what we could gather, you play as the young treasure hunter named Ayumi, who is trying to escape from an island while also attempting to uncover some of its long-held secrets. The plot lacks both development and direction, and features low-grade writing, so you won't be missing much if you decide to skip the majority of the cutscenes.
I'm sorry, Guildmaster, but I will use the sphere now. Sitting and waiting is not my style. I said he's a liar. Did you really think that I would believe you?
As far as action games go, Blades of Time's method of operation is about as typical as they come. Linear levels, plenty of repetitive combat situations against familiar foes, and little room for exploration amount to a generic game that does little to stand out. Character progression is a bit more interesting in that you'll unlock new skills and gear over the course of the game, but the upgrades are predictable and unexciting. Aside from the time manipulation ability Ayumi utilizes for battles and puzzles, there's nothing here you haven't seen before, and what's here isn't done particularly well. In addition to the quest, there's an online battle arena mode called Outbreak, where you battle it out with other human players, if you can manage to find other people playing the game. There's an offline option with AI bots, but with little variety in the layouts and objectives, things become tiresome no matter which map you're experiencing. The bottom line here is that neither mode will entice you to come back for seconds. Instead, you'll find it difficult to muster the willpower to finish the fairly brief campaign.
Do what you think is right. I'm gonna try and find another way.
So this is where we go our separate ways then?
Treasure hunting? I guess you have no idea. There is no treasure, girl.
Blades of Time serves up a generic hack-and-slash action game with an emphasis on stringing together combos with two basic attacks. The game branches out eventually as you unlock new skills and can perform elemental-based special attacks that dish out additional damage or break through certain enemy defenses. You can also instantly change the game's dynamics by switching back and forth between your blades and your gun, but when you draw the firearm, the game shifts into a clumsy third-person shooter. There are better ways to handle gunplay in an action game like this, and while Blades of Time tries something a bit more ambitious, it doesn't quite pull it off. The game's time manipulation mechanic is another experiment. It lacks proper refinement, but does add some interest to the experience. You'll gain the ability to rewind time, but where other games simply take you back to a previous point in time, here a clone of Ayumi will be created each time the mechanic is used. Multiple versions of your character can be summoned on screen at any time, allowing you to distract enemies so you can attack them from behind, or simultaneously trigger multiple switches to solve an otherwise impossible puzzle. The problem is in the time tweaking's finicky nature. It simply doesn't function consistently and can actually hamper you in battle, often creating more problems than it solves. Nothing really seems to work exactly as it should in Blades of Time. Even basic actions like jumping can feel unresponsive and unreliable over the course of the game, leaving you with unfair fights, cheap deaths, and a real sense of frustration.
It must be horrible, being locked in a block of ice forever. Ugh.
I don't know where this ship came from, but we'll repair it, load it with supplies, and peace out of this place.
Most of the characters and environments aren't particularly impressive, but the game occasionally provides you a decent view. Ayumi's idealized appearance might be eye candy to some, but it's hardly enough to carry a visual style that feels cluttered and overblown. Inconsistent technical performance results in some severe glitches, such as an entire environment failing to load. Character animations are rough in general, and frame rate hiccups are a regular occurrence. The game's few repetitive music tracks will only make an appearance during combat sequences, and don't be surprised if you're driven mad by Ayumi's incessant chatter by game's end.
I don't understand why the Sky Guards imprison Zero and the other humans. It would be more logical if they simply killed all of them. Nothing can stop me. I'm determined to press on.
These words I have heard before.
The unique time manipulation element gave the game a chance to avoid falling into the pit of action game obscurity, but sloppy execution and a lack of polish ultimately doom Blades of Time to be nothing more than a below-average action game. As it stands, these blades still need a lot more sharpening.
Oh no! and there's no place for me to go.
Rather than thrill or amaze you, Papa EO quietly canters into living rooms with the express intent to touch you, delivering a personal tale about a boy and his abusive father wrapped in the guise of an indie puzzle platformer. In spite of its heavy themes, there's a heartfelt game to uncover and experience here, magical and transportive in all of its outward wonder, and challenging in ways that go beyond its confounding set pieces. In Papa EO, players take on the role of Kiko, a young boy faced with the turmoil of a turbulent domestic household. Luckily, his coping mechanism is a beautiful one, transporting the player into a fantastical recreation of his childhood world where he must solve the problems of life the only way a child knows how, with faith and magic. The sincerity of his sanctuary gives him the power to do just that. Houses, buildings, and water tanks obey your every whim in Kiko's pursuit toward understanding, propping up the story's lofty allegory with an action puzzle game focused on the fantastic and surreal. It's a whimsical world in which magic is real. Chalk lines act as arcane reagents that bring life to inanimate objects to interact and play with. Even the shabby alleyways of Kiko's favela glimmer with a serene beauty that runs counter to its brutal reality. The most noticeable element of this realm, however, is the presence of Monster, an oafish behemoth who Kiko must deal with on his path towards realization. Lumbering in size and simple in nature, Monster factors into a number of eminently useful situations. He's easily swayed by coconuts, handy as a trampoline when asleep, and vital to solving the many puzzles strewn along Kiko's path. But when he consumes a frog, Monster bucks into an unremitting rage that puts even Kiko's life in danger. It's a conflicted symbiotic relationship, pocked with betrayal and unexpected moments of tenderness. The metaphor at play is resoundingly clear, and there are yet more emotions that the game's narrative paints with on the path to the game's poignant close. Cooperating with Monster is a troubled, yet necessary task. As a puzzle game, Papa EO's thematic cleverness is resonant throughout. The mechanics seeded with each puzzle are varied and interesting enough that they seem to subscribe to the notion of a child's imagination at work. But even adults can make mistakes too. Moments of slowdown and glitchy behavior from Monster reveal occasional moments of weakness, and the puzzles, charming as they are, yield with modest effort. Papa EO picks up the pace, however, with gorgeous graphics and a beautifully done soundtrack, whose syncopated rhythms tense and release with every stage of your puzzle solving, driving a forward momentum to your actions. It all conveys an amazing sense of place, even if the space it means to convey doesn't quite exist. Like the fanciful creations of its main character, transformation is at the heart of Papa EO's magic. Its authors subvert a painful personal experience and sprout a game to be unabashedly embraced in its place. It won't exhilarate you in ways that games typically do, nor does it offer much in the way of replayability. But its existence proves that neither are specifically required for a worthwhile experience. Created by a small team within Ubisoft's Reflection studio, Grow Home was quietly launched last month with little notice or fanfare, but something about its little red robot stood out in the back of our minds. The game's title sums up your primary goal. As the quirky robot Bud, you're tasked with growing a beanstalk skyward to your mothership. In order to do so, you have to guide its stems to nutrient-rich islands in the sky, providing nourishment for the main stalk to climb ever higher to new lands above. Your main form of interaction involves using the triggers to grab objects, alternating left and right to climb. It takes effort to scale the environment, but not in a bad way, as the sense of struggle feels rewarding. The controls aren't as nightmarishly awkward as a game like Octodad either. Plus, Bud is capable of gripping any object his hands come into contact with, even if he's hanging from the ceiling. Similarly, riding a growing sprout feels like holding the reins of a bucking bronco, fighting against its powerful momentum to reach your target. Although in close quarters, sometimes it can be particularly tricky to get the plant to grow in the direction you want. With many sprouts to choose from, the shape your stalk forms is wildly variable. Often a sprout simply doesn't have enough strength to reach an island in one burst, requiring you to use additional sprouts from the stem you just grew to branch off and travel further. The more islands you explore, the more complex your stalk becomes, and it's a wonder to behold as you look downward upon your creation. Of course, altitude factors in as well, since at any point you can fall all the way back to the start, which makes for an impressive sense of scale. However, the game offers several ways to mitigate the frustration of failure. Flowers and leaves can be stored and used to slow your descent. Teleporters placed along the way allow you to quickly return to higher areas, and the larger islands that serve as benchmarks on your journey often provide plenty of space to land. If you're single-minded about your goal, you could complete Grow Home in a couple of hours, but the game fosters a quiet, open-ended sense of discovery. Perhaps a little too quiet, considering there's no music during gameplay. There are numerous islands to explore, and moving around a few suspicious boulders may reveal the entrance to an inviting cave. While seeing more of this charming and vibrant world is a reward in itself, there are also numerous crystals to collect, and as you gather more, Bud gains increasing use of his jetpack, making a world of difference in how you traverse the dizzying heights. Additionally, you're given the optional task of scanning in different plants and animals. With the physics-driven gameplay, figuring out how to get these items to a teleporter makes for the game's most difficult moments, which, to be fair, can be rather frustrating in a few instances. Perhaps one of the biggest surprises is the Grow Home only costs $8, which is a bargain for such an intriguing and inventive little game. Whether you're spending your time scrambling to out-of-reach grottos, enjoying the view from your glider, or harassing the sheep, Grow Home is well worth the climb. Games emphasizing open-world survival are quickly becoming the hottest trend on the indie scene. The likes of Minecraft, Terraria, and the upcoming DayZ and Don't Starve all have you exploring a mysterious world, attending to basic needs, and trying to do whatever it takes so that you live to see another day. The independently developed Miasmata follows a similar approach, one that finds your character seemingly alone on an atmospheric tropical island. Since the focus of the game is exploring the world around you, it makes sense that the story in Miasmata is part of the discovery process as well. Your character's name and the vague circumstances behind your presence on the island are briefly told to you at the game's start. You're suffering from a debilitating plague, and your goal is to discover the cure. There are no lengthy cutscenes, dialogue sequences with NPCs, or recorded voiceovers to drive the narrative. Instead, you'll learn more about the island by discovering pages or notes at the various outposts you'll encounter during your travels. Journal entries, newspaper clippings, chalkboard writings, and a few bodies of murdered scientists will serve as clues, but it's up to you to decipher their meaning. If you believe the best stories are ones you piece together yourself, then you can't help but be drawn to Miasmata's spare approach. The game is played entirely from a first-person perspective, with your character's gear consisting of a compass, wristwatch, map, canteen, lighter, and leather-bound journal. Your primary objective is to find the 3 ingredients necessary to manufacture the cure to your predicament, and to do that, you'll need to venture out and collect specific types of plants. Since you're affected by the plague, your character's strength, perception, and endurance levels will be low, which means you'll more easily succumb to its debilitating effects. Try to swim in the water, for example, and you'll start to drown. Walk up a steep hill, and you'll start panting like a dog. Go too long without water, and your vision will become hazy until you'll eventually die. To combat the effects of a fever, you'll need to pop some pills or find a cot to rest your weary head. To stave off death, you need to find places of respite, which offer a bed, notes to fill your journal, and labs to perform experiments. The latter is a key part of the game's design. To create the medicines, tonics, and syringes to improve your character's abilities, you'll need to first collect flora and fungi and take them back to the lab. While each lab's array of beakers, Bunsen burners, microscopes, and other equipment might cause horrific flashbacks of chemistry class, scientific knowledge isn't necessary. Cutting the plant, grinding its contents with a mortar and pestle, and slapping it on a slide or throwing it in a beaker is automatic. You just click on a piece of equipment. The process is simple and straightforward. Find a plant, pick it up, and hike back to one of the outposts to examine it under a microscope. This will reveal its properties. You'll then take the analyzed plant to a synthesizing station to create medicine. You won't have to remember what does what, as each discovery is automatically entered in your journal, and you'll be able to store some plants in collection areas that are magically shared with other labs throughout the island. At each resting spot, you'll also be able to fill your canteen with water and save your progress by either sleeping or lighting a candle. The inability to save your progress at any time and the requirement of having medicine and water to relieve the effects of fever are not the only dangers to worry about. The developers have also created a palpable form of tension and fear for your survival in the form of a panther-like creature that you'll encounter randomly throughout the course of play. When this happens, you'll hear an audible heartbeat that grows louder as the beast draws near. You then have to hide, run away, or create a distraction by throwing items to escape it. The biggest issues with the design are the inconsistencies. You can grab 3 types of plants, for instance, but not 3 of the same type. Your character can perform scientific experiments, but he can't figure out a way to craft a backpack. You can pick up an axe, but you can't chop down a tree. You have a lighter, but you can't create a campfire. You constantly need to drink, but you somehow don't need to eat. Miasmata's gameplay is all about exploration. There's no combat, and crafting is limited to making tonics and medicines. There's no mini-map, health meter, or other traditional interface gameplay, so you have to actually look at your watch, compass, and map by holding out your arms. It's very possible to get lost, which is actually part of the game's allure. To find your bearings, you can triangulate your location by scanning the area for 2 known man-made objects, which will reveal the nearby area on your map. It's not at all easy. You have to find the right elevation points and have a clear line of sight, so there's a puzzle-like feel to mapping out the area. You'll also rely on the notes you receive at the various outposts in the game to find specific types of plants in the region. The challenge comes from your character's condition. He can't do anything too strenuous, at least early on, and one of the biggest dangers you'll face is not from the creature, but rather from sliding down a steep hill and falling. This can be extremely frustrating, as it sometimes feels like your character is wearing roller skates on ice. Once you start sliding, it's difficult to stop, causing you to tumble, become disoriented, and get the fever. If you don't have medicine when this happens, you'll move even more slowly and start to go in and out of consciousness. Hours of progress can be lost in this game if you don't carefully plan out your trip in advance. Since there aren't a lot of things to actually do on the island, it was imperative that the developers create an interesting and inviting place that makes you want to explore. They accomplished this to great effect. As you'll note, a surprising amount of variety in terrain elevation, grasses, rocks, vegetation, and small animals. Rain and time of day help bring the world to life, but there are a number of rough spots to the engine. Animation isn't as fluid as it could be, so animals sometimes look a bit off in their movements, and scenery details routinely phase into view as you walk forward. Texture work is impressive in some areas and ugly in others. The sound is mostly ambient noises, but there are times when music will play, often to serve as a warning. Overall, the presentation is impressive for a budget-priced game developed by a two-man team. Miasmata is certainly not a game that will appeal to everyone. If you're looking for combat, in-depth crafting options, or a true survival simulation, then Miasmata's limitations will likely be disappointments. Yet if you're the type of player who enjoys exploring cartography and the danger of being hunted by a creature you cannot defeat, then Miasmata will prove to be a highly memorable experience that's equal parts exasperating and thrilling. Plastic, the developers behind Datura, have their roots in the demo scene where digital whacked-out audio-visual hallucinations mark the group's talent. Like Plastic's earlier PSN art piece Linger in Shadows, Datura hints at the unusual at every turn. This game takes a different approach, however, adhering to a skeletal structure that resembles a typical adventure game. You pilot a curiously disembodied hand, pushing through beautiful autumn foliage that teems with insect life, and progressing through a series of locked gates. It's a curious sort of place where molesting certain trees somehow lets you fill out your forest map. Exploration will inevitably lead you to discover various non-sequiturs that send you hurtling through time and space. Acting out the situation at hand is the key to progressing. The word puzzle might be too strong for the series of pantomimes you're exposed to, though you will have to make some choices. Strange though it all may be, limited options and interface hints make it easy to work through Datura's muted weirdness in a few hours. With a focus on move controls, Datura does play better with Sony's Magic Wand than the standard 6-axis controller, allowing for easy navigation and interaction. The contortions you're asked to perform are rarely difficult, with on-screen cues generally helping you along. This implementation of motion-based gameplay might have made for an impressive tech demo years in the past. Today, though, it amounts to little more than a handful of cute mimetic moments. You'll experience serviceable facsimiles of the actions implied, with one or two standouts. When all is said and done, Datura just doesn't seem to go far enough, offering just a quick dip into occasional oddity instead of a full-on baptism in the truly peculiar. Even its most attention-grabbing moments can come across as a little dull. With gimmicky motion elements, threadbare puzzles, and a ghost's whisper of a narrative, Datura ends up as an underwhelming experiment. Lost amid all the hoopla over the XCOM and Syndicate franchises being dusted off was news that a cult-favored first-person shooter called Tribes was being revived as a free-to-play experience. Back in 1998, those who picked it up were given a sneak peek at what would ultimately become the future of the genre. Now, 8 years after its last entry, can Tribes Ascend maintain relevancy?
Non-Suva, step forward and be counted.
The original Star Siege Tribes was one of the first shooters brave enough to completely ditch the single-player campaign. The same holds true here. While there's a somewhat helpful training regiment, and most are going to need it, there's nothing in the way of a story to play through.
You wouldn't be here if you didn't know how to fight. But mastering the air and slope is another matter entirely.
Instead, you get 4 different takes on networked competition. Team Deathmatch has a twist in that there's one flag and whoever possesses it gets a points boost. Tends to generate plenty of memorable chase sequences across the sprawling maps. There's a 5-on-5 arena option that takes the flag out of the equation and shrinks the map size, but the game's extreme speed simply isn't suited to CQC. There's also capture and hold, and while it's serviceable, comparing it to the equivalent in games like Battlefield 3 reveals its lack of accoutrements. The series has always been, and continues to be, about capture the flag. Few shooters do it better than Tribes Ascend.
Our flag is secure. Get the enemy flag!
No matter what mode you play, you're constantly earning XP. Tribes Ascend is free to play, so unlocking new classes, weapons, items, and upgrades can be purchased with this in-game currency or with real cash. The game does a good job of giving you just enough for free to get you hooked. If you stick with it for more than a day or two, you'll quickly realize that there are bare minimums to be competitive. Unless you want to spend a month trying to unlock the more powerful weapons, you're going to buy them because the XP prices can be ridiculous. Even so, you can spend $20 to $30 and have as big an arsenal and as many classes as you'll need. If you end up becoming obsessed, this is a small price to pay for dozens of hours of entertainment. And if you spend real money, it increases your ability to build XP through play. A few corners have been cut though. There's no voice chat in the game. Instead, you get the classic voice commands that work well enough to handle strategy, but keep things from getting personal. There's also no clan support, and dedicated servers are still in formative stages. Matchmaking is also a little rough. Close games are currently few and far between. While the maps are absolutely huge, Tribes Ascend could use a few more. Just recreating some classics would go a long way, as right now there's just one. Still, it's hard to complain with free, and with 4 modes and the ability to upgrade every class, weapon ability, and doohickey, there's plenty to convince you to keep coming back.
In order to complete this course, you must reach the far end in under 20 seconds.
With modes that sound like every other shooter, those who haven't played the old games may be wondering what all the fuss is about. In Tribes, every single player has the ability to fly, and we're not talking about some silly perk or temporary equipment upgrade. It's turned on all the time, and the only limit is your character's boost rating. The entire game has this woven into its fabric.
Now any fool can slide down a hill. Skiing is the art of maintaining your momentum from one surface to the next.
While there are vehicles in the game of all shapes and sizes, you don't necessarily need them thanks to the ability to ski. Essentially, you hold down the space bar and you're able to slide along the ground and keep momentum. In conjunction with the ability to fly, you can skim your way from one side of the map to the other in short order. Much like motocross, the object is to land on a downslope, slide to the next crest, and then go airborne again. There's a timing and rhythm to it that changes based upon your class, and part of the skill is finding the continuous lines across the map. Combine this with having to manage your boost meter, and it definitely takes some practice and patience. But it also adds a whole new dimension to the first-person shooter. While you can opt for guns that fire in rapid succession, enemies are so fast and well armored that it's difficult to be effective with them. Instead, the tool of the trade is the spin fuser. This one-shot weapon packs quite a punch, but its reload takes some time. If you want to play the field, mastering these discs of doom is essential to success. The mental faculties required to place one at the feet of an opponent just as he touches down from a long streaking flight are only eclipsed by the sense of accomplishment. If you prefer to hang back and defend, the options are much more extensive. As a heavy armor, you have the mortar cannon capable of wiping out a foe with a single strike. These behemoths come loaded for bear, but they're slow-moving and their flight is limited. Medium armor classes are blessed with the ability to deploy remote turrets to help defend the flag, or generator. Strategically placing them out of harm's way is an art unto itself. Then there are hybrid classes that are for much more specific use, like taking out the enemy's generator using a cloaking device. No matter what type of player you are, there's a role in Tribes Ascend that will resonate with you.
Defend point A!
No matter what class you choose, you'll fail miserably if you do not help in repairing things the enemy destroys. While you can forsake defense for a strong offense in a lot of shooters, you have no chance of winning with that tactic in Tribes. Once your generator is taken out, all your defenses break down. This results in a much higher level of clientele. Spammers, campers, and selfish players quickly wash out. As you play each match, you're rewarded with credits that you can spend on what are essentially perks. You can drop a remote inventory station onto your location, or mark an object or enemy on the map for an orbital strike. They're a nice reward in addition to the class building XP, and none of them tend to unbalance each skirmish. While playing a lot of shooters turns into a blur of headshots and exploding hand grenades, every time you play Tribes Ascend, you'll walk away with at least one special moment to remember. It's so fast, so unpredictable, and so demanding that each time out in the field yields something special. It's immensely rewarding and satisfying for those who are willing to learn its intricacies. Vehicles control a little rough, and the learning curve is stiff, but it's worth sticking with it. Like most free-to-play games, Tribes Ascend has been built to scale to a wide range of rigs. Cranking up the detail and resolution yields some passable results, but the visuals are not about bleeding-edge tech. Speed and scale are its tenets, and with most machines, you'll be able to find a setting that keeps the frame rates high without the game getting ugly. Many of the sound effects from prior games have returned along with the patented voice samples. The music sounds like it was made back in 1998, and its rough implementation is demonstrated by the jarring change of tempo when you grab the flag. It's hard to believe that it's been 14 years since the original Tribes launched, yet despite few changes, Ascend still feels fresh. It's not for players who demand immediate gratification from their games, but those who appreciate the simple pleasure of overcoming challenges within a team environment will find a lot to like. It's deep, customizable, and provides a lot of latitude for different playstyles. With no risk involved, it's worth taking the time to download it and find out if it's right for you. For some, it'll be the best money they didn't spend this year.
I knew we were going to win. Good game. Goodbye.
CyberConnect 2 made its name with high-production video game renditions of anime series, and the studio is looking to apply the process to its own creation with Asura's Wrath. This adventure is beautiful and definitely different. Can it sustain the interactive experience it presents?
I will have my vengeance!
Asura's Wrath starts out with the cold expanses of space heating up as the 8 Guardian Generals wage interstellar war against the Goma, a corrupting force lying beneath the planet's mantle. One of the 8 is Asura, who defeats the Goma with the supernatural support of his priestess daughter, Mithra. The celebratory occasion is stopped short when he's betrayed by his comrades, framed for the death of the Emperor, and left a widower. His daughter is kidnapped for unknown reasons by the remaining generals who rename themselves the 7 Deities and set forth on their mysterious mission, leaving Asura for dead and blemished as a traitor. Jump forward thousands of years and Asura is dangling from a pillar, very much alive and ready to enact his vengeance.
Awake at last, are we?
Yes, Asura's Wrath throws a lot at you in the beginning, with ample amounts of backtracking via flashbacks, comic book stills, and an episodic television approach that both recaps past episodes and promos the upcoming ones. This weird world that seems so overwhelming at first becomes rapidly familiar as one deity after another falls to the wrath. Even with some twists and the keen special effects, the story starts to peter out during the last few episodes, as the charming cast shrinks and the looming inevitable showdown is put off with filler fights.
Your ears have become so sullied that you cannot even comprehend words of purity!
I have decided to save this vessel. What great rebirth.
Asura's Wrath takes the TV-style format to heart, and while there aren't any commercials, you will see the kinds of interstitials that would accompany them. The story is the focus here, which propels Asura through a series of trials that'll boggle your mind and would surely bankrupt Hollywood budgets. There are 3 major story arcs spread across 18 episodes, through which Asura must shoot, fight, and bash buttons in one of the biggest QuickTime bonanzas ever. The plot intertwines cinemas and fighting into a near-seamless mishmash, thanks mainly to the QuickTime events. It's best to keep your hand on the controller and get ready to react, though stalling on, or outright failing cues isn't very detrimental. Even if you're fond of QuickTimes, these will test the limits of your patience with their minimal impact and played-out routines that get stale halfway through the season, so to speak. Enemies and bosses will also repeat with little to no variation. When full control is handed over to the player, encounters tend to play out in mainly open arenas, with reinforcements showing up as their brethren bite the dust. Clearing rooms is usually not enough to advance. By landing finishers, counterattacks, and dishing out beatdowns, Asura's gauge will gradually max out, allowing you to initiate a burst attack, which plays out as a dramatic cinema that links you to the next scene. Boss fights and on-rail shootouts go the same way. You'll often have to dish out enough damage to initiate a burst attack in order to move on. It's definitely a weird dynamic, and one that can take a while to pick up on. There's not much else to Asura's string of fights, flights, and plights. Upon finishing each episode, you're given a score based on completion time, battle stats, and how well you landed those quick times. There's a prize for those willing to replay to perfection, and this is where Asura's infatuation with television comes home to roost. Who wants to watch reruns?
We cannot allow him to interfere any further. He will ruin everything.
Asura's Wrath has a competent fighting system in place, but only just. There are the typical light and heavy attacks that play out with some slight variation, and a projectile of limited use. The heavy attack is burdened by a cooldown, leaving the light attack as your main tool. A lock-on lets you focus on a specific enemy, there's a dodge move for evading attacks, and the jump button doubles as a recovery mechanism after taking a nasty hit. It would seem like a full suite, but in practice, it's stunted. The combos are effortless, simply holding down the light attack button can ensure victory. Meanwhile, an improperly timed heavy attack can leave you lost in the lurch when you want to apply a special attack to a downed foe, which is a sure way to grow the burst gauge. Enemy patterns lack variety, and the gauge fills slowly, meaning the battles can often try your patience more than your skill. Landing or taking hits also fills a gauge that allows for a brief reprieve from the heavy attack cooldown, but this doesn't shake up the dynamic enough to relieve the overall tedium of combat.
You never taught me how to stop my fists!
The shooting segments play out a little more lively. Either in space or in the lower atmosphere, scouring the screen to lock onto multiple targets is invigorating. It's too bad Asura's body feels like a sluggish tugboat. Why couldn't the second analog stick be used in tandem to control the reticle and Asura, respectively? The gameplay in general suffers from too large a disconnect between the acts on screen and the simple inputs you perform. While the feedback will definitely dazzle you, your feelings of accomplishment will fade the further you wade into the wrath.
Shut up!
Asura's Wrath is a sight to behold. It's inspired and technically impressive, with prodigious details in every texture and lots of attention in every haymaker. The characters really stand out, with even common grunts and corrupted animals shimmering with little flourishes, and the bosses pulling off crazy tricks that sunder planets. Maybe this is why bosses are repeated and their battles are played out. CyberConnect 2 wants to make extra sure you take in every animation a few times. The environments aren't as impressive as the demigods that walk upon them, but they fit the bill. The music is superb, the voice acting is ham-fisted but appropriate, and purists will be glad to know the Japanese voice track is available. The attention to detail is far-reaching, with the comic scenes and interstitial bumpers worth a look. This is one game whose unlockable images and concept art should actually get checked out.
Enjoy, Lisa.
Can nothing quell my anger?
As a game, Asura's Wrath will leave you wanting. As a piece of interactive multimedia, it's an intriguing sci-fi romp that successfully mixes mythology with monsters, spaceships, and a whole lot of weirdness. With its high production values, there's nothing else like it. Provided you don't approach Asura's Wrath as you would a typical game, you won't be disappointed. Back in 2007, games were still in the starting strides of the next-gen revolution. The original Darkness caught many an eye with its comic book anti-hero Jackie Estacado marauding through a semi-open New York, with its mischievous hellions, the Darklings. 5 years later, the Darkness 2 has arrived, ready and willing to spill blood and dine on hearts. Is this sequel a gore-filled smorgasbord, or just fast food filler?
Yep. Makes you feel any better. You're not the first guy to be in this situation.
Jackie is still holding a candle for Jenny, his main squeeze, who shuffled off her mortal coil in the first game. Still, that hasn't stopped him from running one of the largest crime families in the city and dating identical twins. Not everyone is happy about the situation, and during some scintillating dinner conversations, some made men make a move on Jackie. Wounded and weary, Jackie summons the sequestered powers of the Darkness to find out who's behind the hit. Mafia bravado escalates and then evaporates into cultist conspiracy, putting the Darkness itself, the demonic power that dwells within Jackie, in the spotlight. Jackie's story crisscrosses between endless killing bouts and extended stays in his penthouse, where he can chew the fat with his lieutenants or talk about the good old days with his elderly Aunt Sarah, providing some backstory for those willing to listen. An asylum also appears as either a lucid dream or dual reality, burdening Jackie with even more questions and giving players entertaining interludes.
Just stay calm, Jackie. It's going to be all right.
The B-movie cultists and their bad haircuts provide meager narrative fodder for the concepts at hand, the chance of redemption, and the nature of power. At least the post-credit coda simultaneously helps to tie everything up, set up a sequel, and give fans of the comic a nice little nod.
Sometimes I can't tell the difference between a fruit and a vegetable.
There are still subways in the darkness, they just no longer act as hubs. Jackie's adventure plays out linearly through various dens of inequity. Levels are sprinkled with glowing detritus that can be used to the darkness's benefit, where car doors become shields and billiard cues become javelins. Jackie is funneled through in his pursuit, with minimal objectives beyond the occasional need to sever an electrical wire. A little leeway exploring will net relics for the new upgrade system. Slaying enemies also nets essence, which can be used to unlock new moves and executions, upgrade your tentacles, guns, darkling minions, and so forth. The black hole power and the various executions work to stand out, but many of the other perks don't feel all that interesting, with way too many focusing on boring behind-the-scenes math. The executions are particularly gnarly and net the most points and give the best bonuses, but they eventually become tedious as you watch them play out again and again. Vendettas mode is a co-op campaign that can also be played solo. It allows you to give 4 additional characters a try, with their own unique skill trees, though many individual powers are duplicates. The mode recycles the single-player game's assets with a few new twists and can be completed in a scant 2 hours, with additional one-off missions being unlocked. You can try out other characters, but there's not a lot of draw to max out their abilities or run through the story again and again. If there's one thing the Darkness 2 can do, it's stage an ambush. Prepare to frequently be pitted against a whole lot of guys. The game peaks on ideas about midway through when the last of the new enemies appear, though you will grow more and more powerful. Ambushes aside, there are some standout moments, like when you take direct control of the Darkling Imp. There's also what can only be described as a charming on-rails segment in a fairground haunted house. Battle fatigue and ho-hum boss fights make the 6 or 7 hour campaign feel just about right, with Chapter Select unlocked for those who want to search out more relics or try out more abilities.
This is, well, it's a thumbscrew. I don't really know what else to tell you.
Here, this is from Vinny.
Nice.
With the powers of the darkness at his disposal, Jackie is practically a god. His tentacles can vivisect his foes or hurl them like ragdolls. Guns are in no short supply either, with dual wielding being an option. The darkness can't operate in the light, leaving Jackie vulnerable and disoriented, so there are the requisite bulbs to shoot out and generators to shut down. Barring that, Jackie is pretty tough, with every dead Goomba supplying a delicious heart that also restores Jackie's health.
I'm free!
Controlling the tentacles works well, with some slight analog control over the slashes, and reticles letting you know whether you can take out specific lights. Oddly enough, certain types of illumination, like that of a fire, don't seem to dampen the darkness, making it a guessing game at times as to what exactly will leave you vulnerable. How can mere mortals stand up to Jackie? By using the aforementioned ambushes and throwing countless enemies at him. The cultists also have a few tricks. Some are smart, employing enemies with spotlights to track you down as their comrades spray you with bullets. Others are annoying, like the teleporting enemies that extend fights in a way that ultimately feels cheap. Still others are genuinely interesting, like the guys who wield weird whips that can disarm you, forcing you to improvise. Executing your enemies yields health and ammo, so it's often a necessity in the big fights to endlessly pick away at a mark and then swoop in for the close quarters kill. These death sentences are when you act cheap, putting you into a state of invulnerability as the animation plays out for the umpteenth time. When playing the Darkness, you have to make your own fun. At first, there are plenty of ways to keep yourself occupied, but soon enough, the maiming loses steam and new environments give way to the same old sorties.
Working on a plan to escape this place disguised as a band-aid. Yeah! We're not sure if we can pull it off.
Cell shading has been a part of video games for over a decade, and The Darkness 2 has adopted this stylized look in homage to its comic book background. Unlike the panels and pages that inspired the game, things look the most gaudy when the action is slow or still. When things are hectic, with tentacles flying, the game looks worlds better. Textures are more detailed than most cell-shaded games, giving The Darkness 2 a more nuanced look. Be prepared for some glitches around the execution animations, and a healthy dose of stereotypical mafia accents.
It was Eddie Worthy. I was otherwise engaged at the time.
He was busy snorting coke off a hooker's ass.
Never could multitask.
Musician Mike Patton once again loses his tonsils for a deranged performance as the voice of the darkness itself.
Protect the darkness.
Never! The darkness is, well, dark. The Angelus is light. Darkness wants chaos. Angelus wants order. Darkness needs a male host. Angelus needs a female. Guess that kind of explains why they've been fighting for, well, forever, I guess.
The darkness still packs plenty of gut appeal, with limbs being sheared and torsos torn asunder. Alas, players cannot sustain themselves on gore alone. Ultimately, the ultra-violence will whet your appetite for bloodlust, but fail to slake your thirst for a truly great game.
Flying shot explodes on impact, so just guide it into that casket.
Is the Kinect fun outside the context of a virtual dance party? That's what Racketeer, the latest Summer of Arcade release, is hoping to prove. Launching heavy artillery into fortified structures to incur maximum destruction is certainly a winning formula, as a certain super popular bird-flinging mobile game can attest. Is it just as much a soaring success on Kinect, or will it have you angrily calling foul? It seems that some unwanted goblins have decided to squat in fortified structures across the kingdom, and it's up to you, as a professional Racketeer, to bounce the unwanted guests. This means demolishing their shelter with Kinect-powered siege engines. Taking a shot involves stepping forward, making a grabbing motion, taking a step back to cock your missile and determine its force, and then aiming and spreading your arms to release. The process feels as cumbersome as it sounds, especially after the 100th shot. Your goal is to amass high scores, which you do by bowling over structures in the most spectacular ways possible. The game does its best to guide you toward this by displaying point boosts and power-ups in your trajectory. You can also fine-tune shots via gestures as they're in flight, which leads to exactly the sort of Kinect-style flailing that's easy to grow weary of.
Fantastic shot!
There's several types of artillery with their own unique abilities you can trigger mid-flight. Activating the split shot, for instance, ejects 4 smaller rounds, allowing you to hit several locations at once, while the speed shot fires off like a bullet and is less susceptible to gravitational drop-off. Actually activating these abilities is often pretty frustrating, however, since the game will frequently fail to register even the most precisely choreographed arm motions. If you happen to hit a goblin dead on, you earn a mulligan, which you can use to salvage a bad shot. Given how spotty the motion controls are overall, expect a gun for these critters quite often.
Smash-tastic!
Especially disappointing is how little the game rewards improvised freeform destruction. Elaborately planned shots resulting in towers collapsing into one another and chaotic chain reactions typically result in paltry point counts. Indeed, once you're past the tutorial stages, the game quickly becomes all about finding the one correct approach to demolishing a given stage, as evidenced by the telegraphed point markers and power-ups littered throughout. You'll have a hard time even getting a bronze rank to progress to the next stage if you deviate from the obvious optimal path.
Smashed it!
At $10, Racketeer isn't asking for a king's ransom, but neither is its attempt at physics-based carnage particularly successful. Even if you've been hankering for a reason to dust off your Kinect, there is no shortage of fleeting distractions better suited to the task.
You know we're a destruction company, right?
From the mind of Yakuza series creator Toshihiro Nagoshi comes a sci-fi adventure built around what have become the dominant mechanics for third-person shooters. With sleek visuals and the promise of an innovative voice command system, can Binary Domain stand among the established kings of cover-based shooters? Or does its appeal only run skin deep?
Without backup?
Trust me, we'll figure it out.
In Binary Domain's world, robotics technology is commonplace, with the industry fully controlled by two rival companies, the Japanese Amada Corporation and the US-based Bergen. Tensions rise between the two when a humanoid robot called a Hollow Child causes an incident at Bergen headquarters. In response, a squad of international robot technology agents, led by protagonist Dan Marshall, is covertly deployed to Tokyo to investigate Amada's potential involvement.
Welcome to Japan, brother.
Although the setup and initial development seem to have interesting implications, the delivery suffers considerably from Metal Gear syndrome. Players are frequently turned into viewers, asked to endure cutscenes that aren't shy about surpassing the 10-minute mark. It's interactive storytelling at its most inept. One cutscene ends only to have another begin after just a few seconds of gameplay. With these frequent missteps, the potential for an intriguing sci-fi tale is inevitably lost under your squad mates' weak story arcs and cheesy dialogue.
Oh man, that's a lot of scrap heads. They're packing heavy artillery.
That is not heavy, monsieur.
What?
This is heavy. The futuristic city of Tokyo is host to a variety of locations for you to run, roll, and shoot through. From the grimy lowland slums to the clean industrial upper city, the game makes sure you're never in one locale for too long. One moment you're fighting through underground transit tunnels, while the next you're charging through a casino using the nearest high-stakes table as cover. The one feature that remains consistent, other than hostile robotic opposition, are store terminals that let you restock on ammo or medical kits and purchase upgrades for your weapons and squad members. Binary Domain's mission starts out with promise, but the initial pacing takes an unfortunate turn into what feels like a gauntlet of protracted, frustrating boss fights. Expect to be repeatedly downed by one-hit kill homing missiles that come from off-screen, as well as wide, difficult-to-avoid attacks. If you're acquainted with the term bullet sponge, you'll find these bosses to be the worst culprits in recent memory. One boss in particular required such an exorbitant amount of ammo to put down that we weren't surprised when we found a much-needed ammunition transit station placed within the encounter itself. The second half of the game delivers these punishing tests of patience one after the other, creating an overwhelming sense of fatigue. Outside the grueling campaign, you'll find classic competitive fare like Team Deathmatch and Capture the Flag, along with an unremarkable take on the popular Horde mode for cooperative play. Taking a step off the beaten path, players can purchase higher-powered weapons and equipment using credits earned during that round. Though there are some balance concerns, namely the one-shot kill snipers that plague most matches, the multiplayer suite serves as a decent enough addition to the single-player campaign. Those familiar with cover-based shooters will have no trouble jumping into Binary Domain. Mechanized enemies come in a range of variants, from the lightly loaded patrol bots to burlier chain gun-wielding units that take a considerable amount of punishment before toppling. Being fully destructible, enemies can be dismembered Dead Space style, which encourages a welcome bit of strategizing as to where you aim the barrage of bullets. While there's always the option to chip away at armor plating until there's nothing left, shooting out the legs of an enemy to watch it crawl around the battlefield, or blasting off one's head to make it a danger to nearby allies is immensely gratifying. Too bad the same can't be said about the so-called Consequence system. Built around the game's voice recognition features, the Consequence system tracks the level of trust you develop with each of your squad members. Issuing reckless commands in the middle of a fight or accidentally engaging in friendly fire will drop your level of trust with any particular squad mate. Lower their trust too far, and they'll outright ignore your orders.
No can do!
Though there are over 70 voice commands that the AI characters are able to respond to, the system ultimately doesn't amount to much. It's often impossible to tell why a squad mate is ignoring your order, with sketchy voice recognition, low trust levels, or just plain bad AI all being possible culprits. Given that characters with whom we have perfect standing frequently botch our commands, we're hesitant to make a charitable interpretation. Ultimately, the squad interactions you're forced to endure after most firefights serve more as reminders that the system is still in play, even though you seldom feel any of its repercussions.
I'm 15.
I don't mind her. She's just a farm girl from the paddy fields. She doesn't get out to the big city much.
Hold your fire! They're not Japanese!
Though you'd never call it cutting edge, the environments and animations that bring Binary Domain to life are memorable nonetheless. The environments embrace the cyberpunk aesthetic, resulting in a believable rendition of a futuristic Tokyo. If you pay attention while the lead is flying, you'll catch cool details aplenty, especially when it comes to the robots themselves, who have a tendency to crawl tenaciously towards you regardless of how wrecked they might be. Again, it's not gonna knock your socks off, but Binary Domain has some nice moments.
Yeah, I'm fine, bro. This ain't nothing. Charlie, get out of the way!
Binary Domain puts its best foot forward, but the experience steadily unravels, failing to make good on its potential. The gameplay is sound at its core, but suspect AI, plotting boss fights, and a heavy-handed plot all stand out as flaws that should have been eliminated before mass production. As is, this interesting prototype could be worth examining, just don't expect it to attain peak performance.
One day, I will think of this as just another job. After all, this is what I do.
After 6 years of downtime, Agent 47 is back on the job in Hitman Absolution. Given the sizable gap between installments, it's only logical that IO Interactive would change up the pattern for 47's first real next-gen contract. Do the results make any meaningful contribution to the stealth genre, or should this killer have remained underground?
You owe me a coffee, asshole!
All is not well with the agency. Agent 47, the series' perpetually grimacing protagonist, is charged with killing his former handler. It should be just another job for this man without a conscience, but think again. When things fail to go exactly as they should, the silent killer goes on the lam, evading the clutches of a vast conspiracy, while simultaneously working to dismantle it, hit by hit.
Go with God, motherfucker.
Hitman Absolution is heavy-handed with the cutscenes, and it's not a good look. The story aims for some kind of schlocky, transgressive thriller, fumbling all the way through with ridiculous characters and an obnoxious script. Slumming it is a voice cast full of notables including Steven Bauer, Vivica Fox, and Tracy Lords. You get the feeling that the story is an all-in proposition for IO Interactive. It's unfortunate that it's good for little more than some laughs at its expense.
Tough guy? Stop it! Come on, man, you tough guy? Come on. Come on, you tough guy? Come on, man! No! Come on! Okay, I'll show you!
Agent 47's quest for absolution takes him to all manner of locales amenable to his deadly trade, from bustling city streets where he's just a face in the crowd, to much more confining precincts where a single suspect move could raise an alarm, and a subsequent speedy checkpoint reload. The best levels in the game are the wide-open ones, where you have a measure of choice as to how you'll take out your targets. These usually involve a surreptitious and exhilarating casing of the joint in order to identify where specific designer-designated accidents can befall your quarry. Levels with more prescribed paths are much less enjoyable. Apart from downplaying the elements of exploration and improvisation that make for Absolution's strongest moments, they often put you on a collision course with the game's incoherent AI.
We need to get out of here, okay?
Apart from a few set-piece scenarios, getting through a level in Absolution means contending with multitudes of hostiles while attracting as little attention as possible. 47 has access to all of the usual tricks that enable this, stealthing behind objects, tossing objects to distract guards, and jumping into the hidey holes that are conveniently scattered throughout the environment. What separates him from other video game hatchet men is his ability to disguise himself as the enemies he offs. Most of the time, though significantly not always, dropping an enemy allows you to don their outfit.
You were disguised as a chef.
While using a disguise, you're effectively invisible to any character not wearing the same outfit. So if you're dressed as a cop, the grease monkeys working in the garage you're pretending to patrol won't pay you mind. Conversely, if you're masquerading as a cop at a police station, you're going to attract some heat. The scheme makes sense, except when it doesn't. In one stage, you can easily acquire a street vendor disguise. If you don it, though, you're instantly looked upon with suspicion by every other street vendor in the level, which happens to be set in a densely inhabited urban environment with multiple food stands, seemingly on every block. I guess the disguise didn't come with a union card. It's during moments like this that you come to a disheartening realization. Rather than encourage you to find clever ways to utilize your tools in a way that jives with the game world, success in Absolution generally comes down to gaming the rigid AI. The mechanics reinforce this idea. Getting past characters who are dressed the same as you requires that you spend instinct, a finite resource that you can also use to scope out clues in the environment and track down enemy patrol patterns. It's replenished by doing Hitman-like things, stealth takedowns, headshots, completing mission objectives, and the like. When activating instinct to fool enemies, 47 puts his hand to his face, as if trying to avoid an undesirable acquaintance. It works as long as you have instinct in your pool, but frankly, it feels like cheating.
Hands over your head. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Easy now. Put the weapon down.
Meanwhile, things that you'd feel ought to land you in hot water often have zero repercussions. When playing on normal difficulty, brazen takedowns done in what seems like plain view of enemies will frequently go unnoticed. Hurling an item to distract a guard in a trajectory that has the object whizzing past their head will result in them investigating the spot where it landed rather than its obvious source. Playing on higher settings make things more challenging, though not any more natural. Due to accelerated enemy reaction times, merely exiting cover for a split second is often enough to bring Armageddon down upon you.
Oh my God!
The scattershot distribution of checkpoints actively discourages experimentation in a game that simply cries out for it, especially in the more open levels. It's quite likely that the course you choose will cause you to miss what few checkpoints exist. Failure in these cases means a tedious retread, particularly if you've completed any mission objectives prior to death. Getting a truly satisfying signature kill in Absolution inevitably involves a whole lot of waiting, and having to redo something that you feel like you aced the first time is immensely deflating.
Let's get it together, bitches.
Contracts mode is a bright spot, if only because human creativity works to accentuate the game's open-ended elements. It allows players to craft custom challenges for the online community by actually playing through individual levels and designating specific targets and conditions. When designing a contract, the game records who you kill, how you killed them, how long it took, what outfit you wore, and how you escaped the scene. Challengers are then rated based on how quickly they get through your contract and how closely they match your methods, earning points to spend on weapons, upgrades, and disguises. Given the wide variety of tricks you can employ, it's likely you'll encounter some wild stuff when messing with contracts. You'll find yourself wishing the ponderous campaign exhibited a fraction of the joy. As a killer with a perfectionist streak, Agent 47 lives and dies by the numbers. That is, his overall rating, tabulated at the end of every mission. However, this system, which is intended to encourage deliberate and clean play, ends up feeling like a nagging scold. 47 is skilled indeed, but whenever you neutralize someone that isn't a designated target, you're docked points. There are degrees, of course. Non-lethal takedowns cost you less, and the penalties are actually negated if you successfully hide bodies. But in practice, trying to play the way the game seems to be instructing you to feels exceedingly tedious. 47 enjoys the standard repertoire you'd expect from a stealth game protagonist. Stealth takedowns come in lethal and non-lethal varieties, and if you have a silenced weapon or environmental object equipped, you'll use them to dispatch foes. Be careful when performing ranged stealth kills though. Some objects like knives and screwdrivers will have the expected lethal effects, but if you try hurling a brick at an enemy's head, you'll just startle them.
Hey!
You also have a foolproof human shield maneuver for when you're discovered, but by the time enemies have eyes on you, it typically means you've botched something. At best, you're in for some awkward, quick-time fisticuffs. Finally, firing weapons as a whole feels loose and detached, and even more so when you employ 47's instinct-powered point-shooting ability. You'll be hard-pressed to find an execution mechanic that feels less impactful. Hitman Absolution is nothing if not distinctive. When the world is awash just so with bloom and saturation, you'll feel like you're really inhabiting the profane, schlocky world that the narrative is clumsily grasping for. The more crowded environments feel earnest and believable, at least until cops start firing indiscriminately into crowds. The characters, meanwhile, walk an interesting line between a dark, near-cartoonish style and a squint-your-eyes realism that almost works. With his inhumanly smooth pate and unchanging look of serpentine determination, Agent 47 looks like the most conspicuous man in the world, regardless of whoever he might be disguised as.
Don't stop.
It's clear that a good deal of effort was put into crafting Hitman Absolution's world. This makes its flaws all the more unfortunate. Rather than encourage you to engage this striking world as a real place with coherent rules and consequences, you're asked to internalize its shortcomings and game them mercilessly. When it truly makes good on the open world stealth thing, it certainly has its moments, and nowhere is this more evident than in the contracts mode. But even in these cases, its flaws are merely papered over. If you mean to accept this contract, bear in mind the numerous potential complications.
Go back to your dirty place and shoot yourselves! Go away! Go away! Go away!
Hello, Ryan.
Jeff, finally, a way to play Midway Classic Arcade games on my Xbox 360.
Yeah.
They've solved the problem with Midway Arcade Origins.
Well, I hesitate to... So I've played... Solving the problem is maybe...
overstating what this game does.
Overstating what this game does, but it is over 30...
It's 31.
Over
31.
31.
It is...
Arcade
yes, legally, technically...
Over 30.
Yes, that is over 30.
From the Midway library, and by the Midway library, I actually mean the Midway and the Atari Games library, because Midway bought that section of Atari back then and got the rights to games like 720 and Zybots and APB and stuff like that.
Is there any Williams stuff in this mix as well, or is it a little bit newer than that?
It's well, I mean, like Defenders in here and stuff like that. I mean, yeah, that's all kind of the same thing. You got some free play stuff where you can kind of set different settings. You know, these are similar to what the dip switches and stuff like that would be in the actual arcade games, but they also have kind of a default setting, and this is where you post elite online leaderboards, and also all the achievements are tied to you playing in this mode, so you can't just set it to easy and go.
The score attack mode?
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
Okay.
And then you get some controller customization, not enough controller customization.
Well, 720
doesn't necessarily need it.
Well, this is also kind of a weird... I guess it's not that weird. Anymore.
Like to point in that direction, I was holding down and to the right on the stick. Like it almost seems like it needs to be calibrated or something every time you start a game. Oh.
Got to get to something.
I got time. Oh god, I should try to go buy... Yeah, I'm gonna head over here and buy a hot board or whatever it is that's over here.
Pair 'em up, kid.
Hot board.
Hot board.
Oh jeez. I gotta get to a park. And here's the park. So this uses the analog stick and you hold it to the outside edges, which is pretty similar to what the arcade control was, which was really almost more like a paddle or something.
It was weird because it was a slanted joystick that was kind of locked into position.
Yeah. I mean, you were rotating something in that. It wasn't necessarily like a proper joystick.
Oh.
Get silver here. So they have one achievement per game in here.
Okay.
So for 720, it's get a gold on any one of these. On any one of the parks, basically.
Downhill jump.
Yeah.
Slalom or whatever.
All right, I got enough for the next park ticket. Woo. I could get a helmet, but actually, I would jump higher with better shoes. That's true. The shoes are way down low, so...
Oh, look out for that water.
Yeah. Let's get over to the jump park here.
What's up with Future Cop? What's up with bees?
The bees are here to enforce the die part of the equation.
Why do bees care if you skate?
Skateboarding is not a crime unless... except to bees. To bees, it is a huge...
This is what's causing colony collapse?
Yeah. Should not have spun as far there. I would have landed it. So for the jump one, you want to land in those colored diamondy things, if you can. And then I'm not even gonna get a medal here. I'm gonna get a bleh. I got a bleh. It's gonna give me a bleh. Bleh.
Not good enough.
And that puts me at a severe points disadvantage when it comes to the next park ticket. You need 8,400 points. Not gonna get that. I'll tell you that right now.
So other than some issue with the controller here, how do you feel about the emulation of 720?
It's pretty much fine.
Yeah.
I'm okay with it. Have a good one. I bought pads, hot pads.
All the voices sound correct.
Yeah.
At least to my recollection.
So we're just not gonna have enough. When asked if I wanted to skate or if I wanted to die,
you chose die.
I chose die. I love skating, but I have chosen death. Perhaps you've heard of us.
All right. So that's 720.
That's 720.
I like what they're doing with the side art next to the game there for 720 specifically.
Yeah, so they throw in side art. There's a couple of filters you can turn on for the different games as well. APB, you know, this game had a steering wheel.
Right.
So there's a lot of games in this collection that have challenging controls when it comes to, you know, playing them elsewhere. So I could go all the way up to day 8, but you know what? Let's start at the start.
Oh god.
Yeah, so you use kind of, you know, acceleration on the sticks. So if you hold it, you just start spinning those fat donuts. Makes the controls a little touchy, a little touchier than I guess I would like. But it's hard to, when you think about what these arcade games were with and how they use the steering wheel. Now you really need to just crank it.
Yeah.
To make some of these turns, like it's hard to get that feeling across on an analog stick. All right, so I need to tap the siren button when it is over lawbreakers, like these litter bugs. And I need to meet my quota before time expires.
Yes, sir.
R54, All right, I've met my quota. Oops, well. At some point, you just want to leave the siren on because you don't get demerits if you wreck into dudes while your siren is on. All right, let's try and get into the shop over here. Oh. Get an upgrade.
This will help me start quicker. Yeah. I sure could use a donut.
Donuts give you extra time, just like in real life. And in some levels, you've got actual criminals here, like Freddy Freak, who is a drug dealer. Hangs out at a small town USA bar. We're gonna find this guy and get him, while also meeting our quota of 4 litter bugs and helping one person.
How do you help distressed motorists?
Just by getting over and hitting the siren, same way you get hitchhikers. And there should be a help right up here, so it's actually not.
Pull over, buddy.
There's our help. Stop and let this train pass. And here's our dude. Oh jeez, my car is smoking. We gotta kind of bump him off the road there. So now we've got him. And we've met our quota, so we could go in the shop and get another upgrade. Dick. So you can't just hold down the siren button and arrest people. You have to tap it when you're over them.
Right.
No one is guilty when the siren is on. Little gas truck here. You see those little donuts shooting out into the road. You can kind of get fast dose of extra time. We're probably not going to make it back to the station though. Doesn't matter. Oh, here it is. Made it. Now we got to rough this fucker up.
Whoa.
And I got to get him to confess before the chief gets down there. He confessed. He confessed.
Digital audio.
Yeah. He's pretty happy about it. Serial honkers.
So this and this and 720 both are Atari games, right?
Yeah. All right, now I have a gun.
Uh-oh. Now we're all in trouble.
So I can shoot that guy for honking. Which might be a little extreme, but
that's the law.
Pull over, buddy. Hey, you.
I gotta get one hitcher, two honkers. There's our hitcher.
Pull over, buddy.
Oh, there's your other hitcher. There's another hitcher. That was a help.
No, I got the hitcher. I need to. Oh.
You did not have an exploded car.
Yeah. We need another. Damn it, we're gonna run out of time.
There's kind of, in some of these, like, late 80s Atari arcade games, kind of a crazy amount of stuff going on.
Yeah.
For...
Jesus.
For an arcade game of the time.
Yeah, APB is a, you know, like, conceptually pretty simple, but...
Oh. But stuff like that of like, hey, come off here and you can buy ammunition, like having these kind of persistent upgrades. That cop just arrested you.
Yeah.
For being a cop.
Yeah, I was apparently... Sure, whatever that means. I don't know.
I wonder if those were, in fact, the defaults.
I don't know.
In the original. Or if those are people that work at Backbone, which handled the...
Oh, yeah.
The development here. Arch Rivals.
Arch Rivals. This is a proper midway game here. So we got shoot, pass, move.
Simple enough. Arch Rivals rules. That one guy's got a mohawk.
Uh-huh.
You punch just the shit out of each other.
And of course you pick the guy with the mohawk.
Yeah.
Tough and mean.
And his name
is Mohawk. This guy's name is Blade.
Over here!
I mean, this is really kind of just it's the precursor to NBA Jam.
Yeah.
Punched my own guy there.
I feel like something's missing here.
I don't know.
Like, wasn't there something on the wall in front of the stands
I would
there?
say probably not.
Or
decked that dude.
Something about the color depth, or just like... I mean, this looks basically how I remember Arch Rivals looking. But...
Yeah. Oh, that went.
Fucking hot beat.
It really is.
That bass line, it's crazy. All right, Mohawk. Nice. Oh. Rebound and... Do you know if this is, in fact, what would become the Jam team working on this?
I believe, yeah. I believe
because I could see it.
Put it up. Oops, that was not. Oh. It'll work out okay in the end. Yeah, I believe that some elements of NBA Jam's development team were on this game. Why would they boo? I decked that dude.
Basketball I can understand. Or to get the ball, you just fucking punch the hell out of the other guys.
Yeah, it's no swiping or reaching in or anything like that. It's just punch that dude.
Punch him and then get the ball. And put it in the hole.
I'm open.
Well.
I thought this game looked fucking incredible when it came out.
I was never really a huge Arch Rivals fan. I thought it was okay, but maybe a little simple.
I just thought it looked goddamn amazing for the time. Just these great, big, detailed sprites.
Yeah.
Real clear and crisp. See their faces.
Hot cheerleaders.
Like cartoonish, but not too cartoonish.
Yeah.
Like, you know, the dimensions of these dudes are basically dudes.
Yeah, you didn't necessarily see a whole lot of that. I mean, you know, there's a lot of weird proportions for people in video games.
For sure. Right, let me punch that guy.
Yeah, I just want to hit him. So there's no online multiplayer in this, but there is local multiplayer in that free play mode.
I imagine that applies to any of the games. Yeah. What might have multiplayer?
Yeah. Just cannot be stopped.
I don't know, you don't have that much of a lead, man.
Yeah, that's true. I'm not necessarily doing a great job of stopping them.
And if this is a Jam predecessor, I would expect a little catch-up at some point here.
Yeah. Yeah, you guys going for 3. Ooh.
End of first period.
End of first period.
More to come.
That was high tech.
Yeah.
That was high tech. All right, I don't want to let you play another 4 minutes of Arch Rivals, but that checks out.
Yeah.
I don't want to watch. Just so we're clear, I don't want to watch you play 31 Midway games here.
Then you probably should have said no when I said, "Hey, do you want to come see this?" Because that's what we're doing.
Oh man. That seems excessive. What's bubbles?
I'm this bubble, and I pick up stuff to become bigger, and those bugs will kill me. I can survive in the drain if the bubble is big enough to have a mouth. And if I get that little witch, I've got a broom here that I can use to kill the big bugs. But then I bumped into that brush and blew up. All right, so now as soon as I got a mouth, I can actually just go. But sometimes, you know, it's worth it to stick around, especially on, especially on those earlier levels. You will get more points, you know, by hanging out. That's real rotten. But that's Bubbles.
All right.
You were our Bubbles Pro.
This is what, 81? This is an older game.
It's gonna be 81. Does it say on the screen out here? 82.
82.
Championship Sprint.
So this is another good example of a game that's got a specific arcade control style.
Yeah, for sure.
That's hard to translate into analog sticks.
Right.
I fucking love me some Championship Sprint, man.
Yeah, totally. So it's analog trigger and then analog sticks. This actually, I mean, considering what they have to work with here, this actually controls pretty well.
Because yeah,
it's hard to get used to the analog stick.
You were just whipping that wheel around.
Yeah, I mean, you were just letting it spin freely, and it was more about catching the wheel at the right time
than necessarily any sort of like finesse in the initial spin.
Right. And this, of course, is like a, you know, an update to the original like black and white Sprint. Little shortcuts. See if I can take it without blowing up.
I was gonna say those.
Yeah, like I
always do me in.
I got pretty good with taking those with a steering wheel, but the analog stick. Oh, made it. But
that little loop-to-loop right there is just so much fun to go around.
Yeah, it's less fun when you're not just whipping the wheel.
Sure. Yeah. No. Even if this does like control well and accurately, watching this just makes me want to go find a Championship Sprint machine.
Totally. Sick drums.
Yeah, again.
A lot of these Atari games,
Great
you know, Atari games of this era, you know, Gauntlet and that sort of stuff, like the audio is real distinctive.
Yeah.
You know. Oh geez.
Yeah, that's the one that always.
Yeah, if you don't go fast enough off that jump, then
it's your ass.
Oh, and that's the other.
Good thing there are magical helicopters that contain race cars.
Yeah, and then every time you get 3 wrenches, after you complete that race, you then get to buy an upgrade. Top speed, acceleration, handling, or faster helicopter. But we're going to lose this race. And since we're in score tag mode, that'll be the end of it. Oh, maybe I can... No, it's not going to happen.
I hate those gates.
Yep. These gates are real fuckers. Oh. Whoa. Yeah.
Look at those sick fucking race cars, Jeff.
Yep. They are pretty sick race cars. So we got Defender. All right, let's see.
So in the case of stuff like Defender, where there's already been individual Xbox Live Arcade releases made...
Keep in mind, those aren't available anymore.
I know.
Which is...
But what I was going to ask is, do you know, or do you get the sense that this is just
this is
those...
totally different.
Okay.
This is different. This is different.
This is not just those emulation jobs?
No. Also, this one appears to not have the easy control option that they have added to a lot of... Well, let's get in and see. You know, you see the reverse button is emulated there. Thrust, reverse, smart bomb fire, hyperspace. Okay. Okay. So, original Defender, fucking impossible.
Yeah, it's
a hard-ass game.
It's tough.
Okay, they do it. You can push left and right on the joystick to just pick which direction you want to go in,
rather than having to do forward, reverse.
Yeah. Yeah, rather than have to screw around with the thrust buttons and... Oh, jeez. That makes it that much easier. I mean, well, whatever. I mean, you know, Defender is not impossible, but it ramps up very, very quickly. And in its original arcade configuration, like those buttons, like there's just so many more buttons than you were used to in arcade games at that time that it was just nuts. It was just hard to wrap your mind around. All right. So
oh, good. The humans have been saved.
Yeah,
well,
so the object is to, you know, keep those humans safe, but what fun is that?
Instead, you're just gonna wreck all of them.
We blew up the whole planet because all 10 humans died, and now there's nothing but mutants. Which, if the landers carry the humans up to the top of the screen, they'd morph into these much more aggressive mutants.
But how can they morph? Because you just destroyed the Earth.
Because they just when the planet blows up, they just all become very angry. Defender. They also have Defender 2.
You mean Stargate?
I mean Stargate. Which, every time that they release it now, anywhere else, they don't call it Stargate, because I think they just don't have the rights to the words Stargate.
Huh.
So it's when it came out on the NES, it was called Defender 2 there.
Okay.
Like in a lot of different versions post the arcade release, it's referred to as Defender 2. I don't really know why.
So there is precedent, even if it's not the arcade version.
Yes.
Fred Williams.
Fred Williams. Pretty similar. But there are Stargates.
Hey, what's up with that Stargate?
If we go in the Stargate, it takes us to, it's just a warp to somewhere else in the level. You can also like warp ahead. You can also warp like ahead, like just and skip a bunch of waves if you carry enough humans into the Stargate. So you know that's kind of a twist. You get some new enemies. You also have Inviso here, which lets you you burn through this meter of Inviso. You still have hyperspace. You still have smart bombs.
So they said more meters.
Yeah, exactly. Much like original Defender, this game's a real fucker. Oh, jeez. What was that? Like a baiter warped in right on top of me or something. Why can this guy do that?
I like that they let you know, they thought it was so important, they let you know at all times that, hey, that's the scanner.
Oh, the scanner's up there.
Hey, has anyone seen the scanner?
It's up at the top of the screen.
I can't.
We blew up the planet again. Up
Now
there's the
nothing.
scanner.
Oh, wait.
Gonna use the rest of my smart bombs. Yeah, if you use hyperspace when you're to get out of actual hyperspace sucks. When you use it to get out of a lot of situations, you rip here and blow up. Asteroids Deluxe was kind of the same way. You're just kind of screwed. Just don't do it.
Well, you know, if it was one of those situations where you're like, I know I'm fucked anyway, maybe
this will work, yeah. But again, in the original arcade version, it was, you know, I was, let's say, 6 when this game came out. There's a lot of buttons to contend with. Gauntlet.
Not such a problem in Gauntlet.
No. Always choose Valkyrie. Get a little track mode here.
Welcome. Treasure 100 points.
And now you're playing Gauntlet.
Yeah. So for as much as it says Midway Arcade Origins, it's, you know, a lot of Atari in here.
Yeah.
But no Paperboy. For whatever reason. Like, they have so many games of this era.
To open doors.
So we could just take this exit. We ain't gonna do that.
Open this door.
Oh, jeez.
It's not called not Gauntlet.
Ow! Ow!
We could exit to 4, but screw it. Well, it's, man, you only get 700 health.
Valkyrie needs food badly.
I mean, I'm used to playing this game in a way that says
just put all these coins
keep
in.
putting quarters in.
Yeah.
Just keep putting quarters in.
Oh, I hate this level. I hate this level.
Yeah.
I hate this level. This level's the worst.
And there are a bunch of different like versions of a lot of the same levels that all work differently. You kind of have to fight your way to the top. I think in this one you fight your way to the top, and there's a sensor you can step on to open some doors that then let you.
I thought it was like
get around
warp things, warp passages or something.
But like I said, there are different versions of the level.
Yeah.
That you encounter later. Oh, sorcerers! I gotta get that health. Not shoot it.
Saying don't shoot the
Oh,
food.
but I don't have a key. All right, that's bad. And on top of that, while you're just standing around, your health drains.
Yeah, not even being attacked. It's just this game was developed by assholes.
This game was developed by people who were into the idea of let's get a lot of quarters for people.
Yeah.
Which was their job. They are the original microtransactionists, these arcade developers, which is why it's interesting that so many of them now seem to work at Zynga and are exploring that side of things. So Gauntlet 2 is a very similar game. But the thing they added is the 4 character classes were hard coded to the 4 different joysticks.
All right.
In the original Gauntlet, and here you could choose. So I'm playing blue, but I can be Blue Valkyrie.
What?
Which original Valkyrie is blue anyway. This is a dumb example, but you get the idea. Same type deal. I could just exit.
Or you could go fight those ghosts.
Craft make walls disappear.
No.
Okay, I can't shoot this demon because I want to get the food on the other side of it. So a lot of randomness got added to Gauntlet 2. Here we go. All walls are invisible. Great.
No.
That seems to have eliminated most of the invisible walls, or a lot of them. Oh, jeez. Cornered. Gauntlet 2 added a lot of, added like the thief who would show up and steal stuff from you. I think that was new in Gauntlet 2, but there's a lot of new level designs and other stuff like that. Gauntlet was, I believe it to be incredibly successful. Oh, get that. I believe that's extra magic power up there. These slimes are just, you can't really shoot them. They just absorb into you and end up taking a whole lot of your health. Man, this level sucks. Super Sorcerer, just regular Sorcerer.
I feel like in a way this is like the quintessential Gauntlet level. In that everything sucks and you don't know what's going on and you're dying constantly.
Yeah, that really sums up Gauntlet. But you can play it with 4 players, and if you're playing it in free play mode, you can probably just keep jumping in quarters, which obviously robs it of all its skill, or at that point requires no skill.
Blue Valkyrie now has extra shot speed.
And I can step on these tiles and
I've been stunned.
It's just a cool noise. A lot of cool noises come out of these Atari games. Anyway. That's Gauntlet 2. Joust. At this point, you know what Joust is. You flap, dude.
Can you beat the pterodactyl?
The achievement for this game is kill a pterodactyl. And no. I cannot reliably kill a pterodactyl.
I've seen you do it. Once.
Yeah.
Those eggs. Joust is a pretty weird game.
Yeah. It's one of those games where like a lot of the art they created for it, like, evokes this world that doesn't exist at all inside the game, of just like these knights riding these flying ostriches and how cool everybody looks. And
but it like informed what you thought of the visuals in Joust.
I think that was true for a lot of games back then. You look at, and a lot of them were for arcade ports, so it was sort of weird because I felt like I already had an idea of what those were supposed to really look like. But all the Atari 2600 box art, a lot of the Atari 8-bit art for some of these stuff, like the Defender art where the woman's getting like stolen.
Right.
So those eggs will hatch, and then a higher level rider will come out, and you'll have to contend with him. Oh, jeez, screwed that up. That was me getting an extra guy.
Hey, what is it you got to do to make the pterodactyl
You just
appear?
hang out in the level.
for a while.
He's like a baiter.
Yeah.
Just show up if you take too long. So one of the early tricks, and I think they fixed it in one of the later ROM sets, which I imagine this would be based on, is you would get down to one enemy. You would let him get caught by the hand that comes out from the bottom there.
Yeah.
And then you would just stand on the center platform and face whatever direction the pterodactyl was coming from, and it would come at you in such a way that you would kill it every single time. So you could sit there and just kill pterodactyls for an hour or something and just keep building up extra lives, and then just keep playing forever. Again, you know, obviously one of those things they had to fix. Sort of like how Tempest had a weird like debug mode in early revisions that would let you play during tracked mode, or had a thing that would like rack up 40 credits. It was all based on you finishing a game with a score between two different extremes, and then the last two digits had to be a specific number to get 40 credits.
That game is over.
That game is over. So everyone knows Joust. Not as many people know Joust 2.
You mean Joust 2 Joust?
Yeah, Joust 2 Joust. Survival of the fittest.
Yeah, I don't know anything about Joust 2.
It's at California Extreme every year. Oops, I don't want. So now it's a 2-button game. Like the design of the levels has really changed, and I can go from regular Joust dude.
What?
To a sick-ass Pegasus.
Why wouldn't you just be a sick-ass Pegasus at
It's
all
a lot
times?
harder to keep them in the air.
Okay.
And also, when you kill dudes, they fucking explode. This game, fairly rare. They did not make a ton of them.
Yeah.
You know, it kind of came out a little late, and people were not necessarily as interested in it. You see these level designs have just words in the level and all kinds of other weird stuff. It's a weird thing. Also, I think if you were in Pegasus mode, if you had a head-on collision, where normally it would be a tie,
yeah,
you win.
Ah. Oh, you got some sort of little... Ah! Gotta hit that button.
Oh, I missed the button. I got greedy about wanting to make sure I got the button, and then I died. So a lot more level variety in this game, and just a lot of weird stuff. Like, so
sure, I mean, just
here we'll see dudes falling out of the sky.
Like, regardless of the fact that you can turn into a motherfucking Pegasus,
and a sick-ass robot thing.
What the fuck is that?
Exactly. You got me, man. Dying. But it drops those crystalline eggs that turn into little bats.
I mean, this is clearly from a different era of games.
Yeah.
Just with the designs and...
Yeah. And weird blips. I don't know why that's there. Why is that there? Weird game. Weird game. You know, it's not a weird game.
No, Marble Madness is a really weird game.
So this game was all... What are we doing here?
It's creating a game session.
Why? I thought we were past this. It's already loaded up behind it. What are we doing?
I'm creating a game session.
Did I come in too fast and lock it all up? Okay. So this is a trackball game.
Yeah.
You know, it becomes way easier when you are using an analog stick. Or at least I've played this once and got way farther than I ever got on a real Marble Madness machine. That's for damn sure. Cooking through the practice race.
See, I played a lot of Marble Madness on the NES, so... Yeah. Fucking Marble Madness music is so good.
Ah! It is really good.
Oh, this is the worst.
Just gotta go straight and hope for it. Oh, all right.
I've had otherwise perfect runs destroyed by that thing at the end.
Oops, crap. Oh, got dizzy, fell off.
Like, what are those fucking things? Why are there sentient pools of acid just
oh jeez,
kicking it around here? Nice. And this thing? That's fucked up.
Yeah, the little wave machine. Oh man. All right. Jesus, this is going horribly. We got it. We got it.
I was gonna say, at least it started you there, but you only got 11 seconds going into the next one.
Yeah. Those things are generating air that is. Oh,
no, it's sucking you in.
Oh,
you gotta
get off the edge, man.
Down and over.
Yeah.
Yeah. I love Marble Madness, but Marble Madness is fucked.
What a great noise those things make. That'll rip and knock guitar.
No Marble Man?
No Marble Man. They reference it in, you know, they have some trivia and stuff that scrolls. But yeah, no Marble Man, unfortunately. That would have been nice to see, like them throw in some weird prototypes or something like that. But Joust 2 is probably as obscure as it gets.
But we do get
Pit Fighter.
Oh, good. Pit Fighter's terrible.
Flying kick, roundhouse, flip kick. Yeah, we want tie.
That guy's foot.
Yeah.
This is the future of video games in 1990.
Yeah.
This is where,
you know, digitized stuff before Mortal Kombat, and think about how primitive Mortal Kombat 1 looks now, and look at where they were, you know, what they were into before this. Not that this is the same team or anything, but just, I mean, video games as a whole.
Yeah.
So Ty is really the only character to pick here because he's got this little, if you hit all 3 buttons, he does that sick little kick that is very effective.
Does he always put his fist in the air after he does it successfully?
Yeah, he does. And then when he wins, he also does it.
It's a little...
And now we're on the forklift.
It's a little much.
Southside Gym.
Oh.
What?
That's where I work out. It's not really a pit. It's just sort of like a warehouse.
See that woman come out of the crowd with a knife? It's a metaphorical pit. So you end up in these situations where you can kind of like bounce the guys into the crowd a little bit.
And occasionally the members of the crowd will just walk out and be like, hey, what's up?
Hey, I got a knife.
Got this knife.
Now I got the knife.
Southside Jim's like, man, that's not cool.
I threw the knife at that woman.
Yeah.
That's what she gets. That's what she gets for trying to get involved.
She was brandishing, dude.
Exactly.
What else were you gonna do?
Throw a knife at
her. See, I prefer the guy that flexes his arms when he's on the forklift.
Yeah, he's good because he says the best, and it sucks.
So that's really the best thing about Pit Fighter is that it fucking sucks.
Yeah, actually, yes.
Oh, grudge match.
Took him out. Now we get to see the end boss, I believe, after this one. What? Look for Power Pill.
And the lady we were fighting in the audience earlier?
I don't know. Ninja Stars.
It's a really convincing looking Ninja Stars.
I know.
How come most of the people are black and white? Or, you know, grayscale?
That's just, when you're a fighter, you get fighter vision, you know?
That's what it looks like. It's like
the people that matter, the people who are a threat, you
Yeah.
see them much more clearly than everyone else. You don't understand because you're not a professional fighter.
That's true. I'm not. Angel had a lot more health than you do.
Yeah.
What's the system here, Jeff?
What do you mean? It's a punch, kick, jump. There's the power pill.
Get the power pill. Figure out how to get the power pill. Your gut bigger and your glowing green.
Well, yeah. What do you expect would happen?
Your sprite grew. And it was the edge you needed.
Yeah. Yeah.
Is this CC Rider's bar? Is that why his picture's up in the back?
Maybe.
Again.
Rich pit fighter fan fiction could be written.
I would just like to point out, not a pit.
But you're a pit fighter. I mean, you know, if there was a pit to fight in.
It just seems like a weird thing to call your game if you're not going to have a pit.
Maybe it ends in a pit? I forget.
Okay, if the last fight is in a pit.
Where he is kicking where my body was.
Like if it ended with a fight in a pit, and then just came up with the title screen, The Pit Fighter.
Yeah.
What are you doing playing as the Wolfman?
Wolfman.
No one plays as the Wolfman.
I play as the Wolfman.
No one plays as the Wolfman. There's George or Lizzie.
In Rampage, the goal is to rampage.
Thank you, Curtis Horde.
Yeah.
In Rampage, you play as one of 3 monsters.
And then when the building is falling, you must jump away from it.
The goal in Rampage.
Windows that are open at the beginning of a match or beginning of a level have things behind them that might help or hurt. That guy's trying to blow up that building.
Let him do it.
I'm not
Don't
sure if
eat
the
a toilet.
Is the toilet lower?
Don't eat a
I like
toilet.
you hold down the punch button and basically throw a fist in the air at the end and go, yeah, that's right.
That's how you play Gauntlet or Rampage. It's also how you play Gauntlet, but
yeah.
I'm not very good at Gauntlet, so.
So the way I play Rampage is to just constantly punch down.
Yeah.
That rips it up.
But you never get items if you do that.
No, you don't. Oh, there's a guy I can steal.
Yep.
All right, so now I got him.
Yep.
And I just get points while I'm holding him.
I always just eat them. That's my main MO in Rampage is just eating dudes.
Yeah.
Because I like the weird nonplussed look on the monster's face while they're doing it.
Yeah.
They're like, I don't like people watching me eat. If you are on the building when it falls, you take damage as you fall.
Take damage.
Yeah, the little dudes are obviously constantly shooting at you, so you gotta look out for that.
Mm-hmm. Chicago.
Dateline, Chicago.
This is Chicago.
Look out for the train. The train will fuck you up.
The train doesn't fuck you up. No, it's you can if you have 2 players, you can punch the train back and forth. Do not eat the skull and crossbones.
Oh, eat the turkey though, man.
So like, if I punch it, it'll go away.
But I think if you don't
if you have
punch
someone
it,
on the other side,
I think if you don't punch it, it'll fuck you up.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
No. Yeah, just punch the stuff. This is a game I played a lot on, I want to say the Commodore 64. Oh, jeez. Oh,
there you go.
Oh. Not real stoked about that. Eat that.
Oh, but he's got fire, and now we can watch you turn into a man again.
And then if you're playing multiplayer, the other person can eat you, which is hilarious.
Which I think they are contractually obligated to do.
Yeah.
Gotta eat the little naked person.
Yeah.
That is Rampage.
That is Rampage.
I played a lot of Rampage on the NES. It was not a very good version of Rampage.
Yeah.
Also, I think because Rampage just kind of keeps going forever. Rampart.
How about Rampart?
Rampart's great.
Yeah, so this was another trackball game.
Yeah, again, this is another game that I could see having a hard time.
Yeah.
Translating here.
Yeah, so it's not so bad when you're placing walls or any of that stuff. So we'll start out here by picking a castle. This is actually a relatively complicated game for an arcade game.
Yeah.
We'll pick our home castle. It'll draw those walls around it. And there we go. That's us. And now we got to place cannons inside our fort walls in this phase. We'll put them here, here, and here. And now it moves so slow. And now we shoot the cannons at the ships as they shoot back at us and take out the walls of our fort. So now you get a little Tetris-style phase where we get pieces and have to place them. And basically, if you don't encircle your fort or any one of these other forts before time expires, the game is over. Or surround a castle to stay alive.
I think I subbed it up pretty well too.
Yeah. So now that I've surrounded my area, I can try to, get another one, and you get more cannons.
And you do this just over time. Like, as long as you survive one match to another, even if you don't complete that wall, that stuff stays in place.
Right. Yeah. But as long as I encircle one fort.
I've always played this game multiplayer. I've never played this game against the...
Yeah, when you play against other people, it's pretty exciting as well.
Against these ships.
So because we took another fort, we get 3 castles in that, or three more cannons in that phase. So now we're kind of just got a lot of shots. Okay, so we didn't take out all the guys there, but we still conquer because we made it. That's Rampart. Like I said, the trackball stuff sort of not done particularly well. Robotron's the first dual joystick shooter in this collection that we're going to see. They boned up the controls on this.
Yeah, how so?
You can only use the analog stick for firing. And you shoot in 8 directions, so the analog stick really lacks precision for that stuff. Using the face buttons as sort of a makeshift joystick is better. And they allowed this in the Xbox Live Arcade version of this game that they put out.
Right.
And it's not here, and I think it's super unfortunate because it makes me not want to play this. And also, I already own it for Xbox Live Arcade, so I could go play that version. And that version has online multiplayer. Not that anyone's playing it, but it has it.
And it's crazy.
Yeah, the multiplayer in all those games was super weird. Oh, jeez. This is right about the point where this game just gets to be real.
It's too much.
Ah, too many tanks. Die, 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 die. Brainwave.
These guys all have giant brains.
Yeah. Oh, it's worth it to die because I was, getting so many points. Well, it's never worth it to die, but by that point, I had collected so many humans that I was getting 5,000 per. So on some levels, worth it to just go get them. Try to build up as many lives as I can in those brainwaves. It's always cool when you die right as you're getting an extra life like that because it plays the full noise.
What are you?
You are a genetically enhanced human, and you were saving the last human family. Mommy, Daddy, and Mikey, something like that. Oh, geez, these guys are real. These shots bounce, they're just total jerks. Wave 7 is where it always falls apart for me.
This is the end of your Robotron game?
Yeah. Yeah, sometimes I get past it, but... And the little thing there is that the thing bopping around is a tank generator, so it'll just spit out more tanks. Sort of messed up. Still, not a bad score.
Oh, man. That's my brain.
How are we doing on the leaderboards there? Second place. I'll take it.
Underneath racist goth.
Yeah. Root beer tapper.
Root beer tapper. Specifically
root beer tapper. Not tapper. With the Budweiser. This plays a lot like it did when they put it out for XBLA. You hold down the button and let go to kind of emulate the
tapping motion.
The tapping motion. You kind of have to hold the button down for a little bit to fill up the beer, the root beer. Sorry.
This looks fine. This looks good.
Yeah.
It seems like a solid version of tapper. Root beer tapper.
All right, here we go.
Oh, man.
Okay. All right.
I lost it. I'm going to say second from the left.
Yep. This one's for you. So we go to this kind of sports-themed one.
And there's a punk bar.
There's a punk bar, and then by the end of the game, you're serving aliens.
It's the natural progression.
Yeah.
But keep in mind that when the cheerleaders are out, or I guess like the band is playing, don't serve people beers because there's not looking.
Yeah. Well, some of them look, some don't. So you have to
be mindful of that.
Can't let the mugs hit. We'll pick up a tip just to show what that looks like there. Even though it'll kind of make this level a little longer. Was that 3 or 4? 4.
That was 4. And they're thirsty for that root beer. Hot day at the sports arena.
That's
Nothing
right.
goes better than tall, cool glass of root beer. Make you forget all your troubles.
Yep. And if they get to the end, you lose also, if they make it to the end of the bar.
Yeah, they can't get to you. You can't drop mugs. Yeah. You can't serve mugs to people that aren't there.
Yep. Oh.
All right. Get your game face on here. I think it's the same position.
Yay, this one is for you.
It's one what?
Look at these punkers! New waivers!
Crazy punk bar. That guy's got a safety pin through his head like punkers do.
Like punk rock Steve Martin. Oh, jeez, I fucked up.
I love that that's the music that plays when...
In the punk bar.
In the punk bar. I love that the punk bar hired this weird old-timey soda jerk to
get root beer out there.
Serve the root beer.
They're edgers.
All right. Oh.
Ah. Now I'm just not even taking it seriously. Got a lot of games to show.
Yes, the punk rock dancing ladies.
Oh, that killed the music. What the hell? So there's been a few times in a couple of different games where music that is supposed to be playing has not played. Here is one of them. Emulation not perfect.
Yeah.
And I think between like little stuff like this and the control and the dual joystick games, I think this package is kind of a bummer.
Yeah.
Like there's just ways that it could have like really clearly been better. That, to me anyway, sitting on the outside, don't seem like that they would be the end of the world to put in. Well, I mean, whatever. Emulation is probably pretty hard. So maybe, you know, getting the music to work properly, difficult. But if you're putting out a package that is based on selling these old games back to people, and you're kind of saying, like, it's just like you remember, then they should be just like you remember. Right?
Like in theory, yeah, but I think there is definitely a sort of margin for good enough considering. Oh.
I guess I just look at,
how many people remember it that vividly?
You're right, but there are open source projects out there that emulate these games better than this one I'm paying for.
Yeah, that's a bummer.
That's that. Did not even beat my last best score. Satan's Hollow, hell of a game. This is like that Tron era technology where they only let you put in 2 letters for your initials because someone at some point said that'll be enough. All right, so I'm shooting, and then every time I hit something, it builds a little piece of the bridge shows up on the left side, and I can pick it up and drag it over to the right. And I'm trying to build a bridge over to the other side, which we will do right now. Over here we've got a...
you got Satan.
Yeah.
He says, "Welcome to my hollow. Have some pitchforks."
Got him. And for completing that level over on the other side, you see that I now have 2 barrels. So I can get more shots up in the air. I got the shield. See the shield timer at the bottom, kind of prevent... That guy's trying to steal one of my lives. What a dick. Oh. Give me that back.
So it's sort of like a Galaga or Space Invaders, but then with a weird base building element?
Sure.
And is Satan building a base over there as well?
I don't know. He's building a hollow. Over here, you just fight the little dude with the pitchforks, and then go back to doing what you're doing before. And now I should have 3 barrels on this ship, because I'm doing incredibly well. But over here it just gets hairier, and the bridge the bridge I have to build gets longer. Some of the eggs that they'll drop will destroy parts of the bridge, and also that shield does not last very long, so it gets really fucking hard. Now I'm back down to 1 barrel.
Ah. At least you died before that guy could steal your life.
Yeah. Ah! Got him. And those flags indicate, how many bonus points or whatever I will get whenever I get over to the other side. I ran out of shield while going over the flaming eggs. That's always bad. 1.
What?
My score ranking is 1.
They're your initials.
Who would ever need more than 2 letters for their initials?
I can't.
Right?
I can't imagine.
I bet that's... Is that a... Boom. Number 1 in the world. I'm the best Satan's Hollow player on the planet. Sinistar. Awesome. Impossible.
Sinistar's pretty awesome. He hungers.
Yeah. Alright, so this had a 49-way stick in arcades, and the analog stick is perfect for this. This actually is a great version of Sinistar. As far as I can tell. Okay, so I need to mine Cinnabombs. Oh god! Fucker. Well, we'll let that one go, because we don't have a lot of time here. I gotta shoot the rocks to mine Cinnabombs, and they are also using Cinnabombs, these crystals, to build Sinistar. So it's important for me to get those and not give them to them, because then they will just build Sinistar faster.
And we hate Sinistar.
And we hate Sinistar. We love to hate him, though. We really want to.
Get down to it, there would be no Sinistar without the Sinistar.
That's true. And if I keep shooting those rocks, they'll eventually blow up. But you know, you kind of want to shoot them a little bit, get them shaken, and then hopefully get some crystals out of them. Oh! You fuckers!
They stole both of those.
If only this game had a labeled scanner, so I knew where the scanner was. There's another
You're
one.
out of luck, dude.
Beware, I live.
We're fucked.
All right, Sinistar's alive.
They have finished building Sinistar. Here's what Sinistar looks like.
I live.
He's a giant fucking talking face in space.
Fuck you, Sinistar. You're the worst.
Sinistar has 18 pieces, and each bomb that hits destroys one piece. I do not have enough bombs. You see up there on the unofficial unmarked scanner that there's Sinistar.
Oh, he makes the worst noises.
The 13 pieces in the Sinistar. You can see up there I have 8 Cinnabombs.
Do the math.
I hunger, coward.
So one of the strategies is before they finish building Sinistar, you can start. Oh jeez, you can start letting your bombs loose to delay the construction of Sinistar. I didn't even drop any bombs.
Sinistar just ate you.
Sinistar's a real dick. Smash TV, one of the greatest games of all time.
Smash TV is pretty good. How's this version of Smash TV?
So we'll see if it plays the music this time. There, it did this time. First time I played it, the music here didn't play. The music through the whole first level didn't play until I got to the boss. So I was playing it basically in near silence. And also, like the other dual joystick shooters in this game, I have to use the right stick for shooting. Which, you know, this game is just requires a lot of precision to play well. And when you're using the analog sticks, you're missing that precision. I am astounded that this game doesn't have the ability to, which the Xbox Live Arcade version that they sold for $5 back at launch had it in there. Same guys developed it, as far as I remember.
So or at least the same developer.
Yeah, the same developer. I don't know the same people, but so for it not to have that, I just don't understand how you overlook that as a control option. It's crazy to me. I mean, I would think that anyone that is serious about these games, anyone that is serious about dual joystick shooters of this era, where you are firing and moving in 8 directions, knows you want to use digital controls, not analog. I don't understand. I am flabbergasted that this shipped like this. They should patch it in. They should fix this damn game. Because it's super depressing. So, you know, this is kind of, it picks up from where Robotron left off in a lot of ways. Except it's, you know, this futuristic game show. You get to the end, you fight a gigantic boss, Mutoid Man. It's the end of the first level. And it's a pretty hard game.
Yeah.
You know, like a lot of games, like a lot of arcade games, it was designed for you to pump it full of money. I can beat the whole first level on 1/4. But past that, it just gets fucking impossible. It's really hard. And the achievement in this game is beat the whole first level in score attack mode where you cannot continue. And I got it. So, proof.
That you can do that.
I'm not fucking around. Anyway. Smash TV is an awesome game. It breaks my heart to see it not have the control option it needs to have to play right. Spy Hunter is a weird game.
Spy Hunter had dope cabinet art.
Yeah, it did. And it had, you know, a cool steering wheel and all this other stuff, and, you know, had like triggers and thumb buttons, so for the 4 different weapons. So it was a lot to take in at the time. And I feel like there's never really been a version of the game that plays properly while emulating all that stuff successfully, just because of the way the controls were. This version, I think, comes pretty close and reminds you that, like, Spy Hunter's kind of fucked up. Like in high gear, you go so fast you just can't adjust to anything, and if you wreck anything, you just die, like that. So it's this weird, like, constantly shifting between low and high to kind of like, oh, I can boost ahead for a little bit here. I've got these machine guns, but I don't want to kill civilian cars because then I stop getting points. But here's a switchblade. He's got blades that'll come out of his tires. That dude's dead now. And You see, I've got a timer ticking down. I've got unlimited lives while the timer is still available, but as soon as time expires, then it goes down to like, you have 2 lives, or however many points you've got. They also take a while to explode, so if you're in high gear and you shoot a guy, but then wreck into him, you blow up anyway. Oh, see, got greedy.
Spy hunter. That's just...
I'm hunting spies.
That's just... Let's slap a couple of cool-sounding words together.
Yeah. Here we got the bulletproof bully.
Oh, that guy's the worst.
Can't shoot him, but it makes a cool noise if you try to. But we got the weapons van here, so we'll get smoke screen. And start the music playing. So now I can smoke screen those guys. Which just eliminates them. Such awesome music. You know, it's stuff like that is what makes this game a classic. But in retrospect, it's not a great game. They're bulletproof, man. What am I gonna do?
Get bullied, I guess.
Yeah. Oh, wrecked into my own wreck. Oh, geez. So we gotta get the weapons van up here. I got no way to deal with that dude on a road this narrow. There. Oh, thank you. Put out the... I was obsessed with like the world of Spy Hunter. Like the idea that these vans would drop these things. You drive up into the back of the van and get 6 smoke screens. Like it's awesome. That's awesome. I mean, in a world where, you know, Knight Rider and stuff like that is on the air doing similar... Okay, we need these missiles to take care of this helicopter. Well, not that helicopter, because it'll go away, I think. Oh, maybe not. And for some reason, the machine gun fire has stopped playing.
Oh,
or it's real quiet. Sort of here.
It might be that.
That might be our. That may. Okay, that's on our end.
Yeah.
Okay,
that's us.
We lost left channel for a little bit there. Game over.
I ran into my own supply truck and then I exploded.
My score ranking's 2. This one lets you put in 3 initials.
With missiles.
Yeah. So Spy Hunter, that's all well and good. They also have Spy Hunter 2.
Okay. What differentiates Spy Hunter from Spy Hunter 2? I do remember this being around, though. This is not a rare thing or anything, right?
Not super rare, but it is constantly split screen.
Well. Oh, yes, I do remember this. Someone said, you know what? Spy Hunter's not weird enough.
Yeah.
What if we make it...
What if we make it terrible?
Weirder. Doesn't seem like spies so much as they seem like cops.
No, those are punk rockers.
Oh, okay.
They got little mohawks.
Oh, he's got a little... It's the blue. The blue outfit throwing me off.
Yeah. So this is like similar style and technology, I guess, to like stuff like Arch Rivals. It was around that era.
I was gonna say this art style is reminiscent of either that or careful. APB or
well, APB was Atari,
right?
So. There was also they also did a racing game with this similar concept called Max RPM. There was also a split screen and kind of similar stuff.
You're kind of dying constantly.
I kind of hate Spy Hunter 2, man.
Fair enough.
Super off-road. Super off-road. Another steering wheel game. But you also have nitrous in this game.
And just really crazy physics.
Yeah, you bounce all over the place.
Just everything is constantly bouncing.
Yeah, and this game also rubber bands like crazy. The more nitrous you use in a level, the faster the great truck goes. And you have limited nitrous. This is also a game where you could buy upgrades. You could put in quarters and trade it for money to upgrade between races.
The real question is, does this have the much sought after Ivan Iron Man Stewart license?
Let's see what it calls him at the end of the race. I didn't see his name on that initial screen, did you?
I didn't. It just said Super Off-Road.
Yeah. It's a great horn.
It's a great horn.
It's not it's no dance hall horn, but
it's pretty close.
Nope. Lightning Kevin Liddy. So you even need to buy hits of nitrous, and then, since this is score attack mode, you can't just pump in coins to buy more stuff. Huevos Grande.
Big eggs.
Alright. That's off-road. Super Sprint. It's like Championship Sprint, but different selection of tracks. Tubing.
Oh, play some tubing.
Alright, so we got throw, move. Okay. Oh, so it's just got move controls as well as the individual hand. We can play as Biff or Jet. We'll go with Biff. The Tube Dudes. They think they're cool.
Jeff, why is Jet blue?
When you don't play a two-player game, the computer players are weird colors. So I can just use the analog stick to kind of move in directions here, but
so it's not buttons.
It is buttons. The four face buttons are the four buttons of the original game, and then then they put the can on the left bumper for some reason. So I need to get down the river, and I can throw cans at stuff. Oh, man, all these penguins go. Oh, jeez. That's it. You can throw cans at stuff to, kind of get stuff out of the way. Like those icebergs. Get them with a can, make them disappear. Tubing's great. Used to be able to win a t-shirt by playing it well. No more. Total Carnage is the sequel to Smash TV. Similar type deal where the controls are a bummer. But this game is, like, for as hard as Smash TV is, this game is just ridiculous.
Total Carnage is a video game.
Yep.
All we are making is baby milk.
All they're making is baby milk. So you can actually skip ahead. You can do a password. I feel like this isn't one of them. This is one of the passwords in Crystal Mines 2 for the links. Damn it. And if you enter the wrong password, you die. You lose a life for trying to cheat. So it's a scrolling game, where Smash TV was locked on a single screen. So this kind of makes it a little more like Commando. You can get the dudes jumping off these ridges like Commando. And then you can also drop bombs. That's the difference, is you can get near stuff, hit a button to drop a bomb.
That guy still says that he loves it.
Yeah. I can rescue these guys, take a shortcut.
Help me.
And a lot of these shortcuts will warp you to areas that are single screen for a little while. Force you to fight some dudes. Oh, jeez. have this big bomb, it'll just auto-drop bombs for a while. Your own bombs can't kill you, so it sort of doesn't matter. I used to play a lot of this game, which got very expensive very quick, because it's not a game, it was a game you got a little bit better at, but not a game you got that much better at.
This is pretty offensive.
Is it? Keep in mind, this game's, you know...
At the end,
this is Gulf War era.
At the end, he said, I'll buy you for $1.
Yeah. That makes it okay. I gotta pick up these American flags for points. Oh.
No, he was just speaking, like, fake gibberish.
Yeah, but it never says where you are. It could be from anywhere.
I mean, once you get to,
this
like...
whole game could be set in Canada, for all we know. With their weird, dark future.
Speak English in Canada, still.
Do they? I've never been, so...
You know, once it gets to weird, bouncy purple guys, it's kind of, you know... I don't think you can put that much stock into the game's cultural currency.
It's a product of its time. You know, in the middle of the Gulf War. You can call it, jingoistic if you want.
Okay.
That's Total Carnage.
That is.
Tournament Cyberball 2072. Robot football.
Cyberball.
At its finest. They had this at the Pizza Hut.
Yep.
Football's so futuristic, they don't even kick the ball. A little thing kicks it. All right, let's go with this pass play. So the players would explode and cause fumbles and stuff like that. You know, they're freaking robots. Oh, missed it. Instead of downs, the ball gets closer and closer to exploding. So you see ball status cool. It means the ball is cool. I want to say this one even had a mode where you started like upgrading the players. So that's the 50-yard line is, or the middle of the field there is the diffuse line. So you kind of get, that's the equivalent of a first down. But now we have ball status critical because it's always critical for the extra point.
And you've got to run a play.
Yeah. Ah. Did not get it. Good team names. California Crush versus the Tokyo Flash. I believe this game had another mode where you would like basically upgrade players and you know you'd earn money that you could then spend on upgrades, and you know if a player blew up you'd have to figure out what to replace him with. And that's Cyberball.
The thing I remember most about Cyberball was the big crazy 2-screen cabinet.
Yeah. So this is Vindicators Part 2.
What?
This is the... It's a weird... It's basically Vindicators. They made some changes to the weapons. It's 2 players instead of 3. I think they just issued this as a conversion cabinet for Gauntlet.
Okay.
As a conversion kit for Gauntlet, rather. And it's a lot of the same levels from the first game, so it's only barely a full sequel. Nice of them to show this stuff that we're probably not going to really have to use. Oh no, it's dual stick. So tank controls, left stick, right stick, that's cool. And I can use the triggers to... No, I guess I can't. I thought I could... Alright, well. So we're over here vindicating. Get these stars, and I think the stars you can use to get upgrades.
Yeah, you're filling up some sort of grid down there. Keys open doors.
we can buy stuff. Like we can add to gun rotation. Which now I can rotate my gun. Which just leads to
a lot of confusion.
A lot of confusion. Really complicates the game. It's, you know, something that the home versions of this game, they did a version for the NES. You know, kind of made it just feel like it was missing something, you know? Anyway, that's Vindicators. I think our last game here. No, we got 2 more. We got 3 more. Wizard of War. The other game talked.
Yep.
I had a Wizard of War machine in my office for a real long time, but it was kind of broken.
If you said this game has some filters and stuff,
yeah,
I'm gonna kick some of those on here.
Just, you know, it'll. Yeah, clean. Looks real nice, right? Yuck. Smooth is kind of a
little dithering.
A little more of a. You can turn the wallpaper on or off. Oops. Wizard of War's a co-op game, even if you play it alone. You know, the AI dude will come out of that left chamber there over there. And it keeps talking at you. They should have put Gorf in this. Similar hardware. So that's pretty awesome.
Oh, the Wizard of War needs to shut up.
Xenophobe.
Xenophobe is a weird game. Xenophobe is a really weird game.
Yeah. I'm not even sure where I should have looked inside to see what the buttons are. Of course, I'm the duck. So even when you're playing alone, you get this third of the screen. You know, why don't you hang out and play Xenophobe? I'll be back.
Where you going?
Shut up and play Xenophobe!
Okay. So Jeff's leaving. No, 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 get off me!
Where did Jeff go? Ryan, where did Jeff go?
Jeff's gone. Jeff left. There is no Jeff. Okay, so it's right button for that. Or what is it? So we're calling that left and right button. Got it. Oh god! Nope. Oh, he ate my gun. No. The gun's over here. Oh. Yeah, no kidding. It's an alien alert.
Ryan, watch out, there's aliens.
Oh, there's aliens everywhere. So, kind of one of the crazy things about Xenophobe is, you see at the bottom of the top of the screen there. Oh, get out of here. Get off me, get off me. There are context-sensitive controls here. Oh, God. I gotta get away from this guy. Again, knocked my, the gun out of my hand. Come on, come on. Come on. No, no. All right. I'm just in a panic over here. You get out, get my head straight. I need a gun. I need a gun. I need anything. Okay, let's go follow that robot. Nope. I lost my gun. Jeff's back. I lost my gun.
You need to find another gun.
I know.
You only have 18 health.
Yeah.
You have 0 health.
Yep, that sounds about right.
Take that back.
I was trying to talk about some of the contextual controls in Xenophobe and how that makes it super, super crazy.
Yeah. Also makes it difficult to play on anything other than the original stick, where that left button, right button stuff made a lot of sense. I don't know. How'd you feel about the controls? You own a Xenophobe machine. So.
Yeah, I've not played the Xenophobe machine that much.
Yeah.
Because Xenophobe's too crazy.
It is pretty crazy.
But it's exciting when you're playing with 3 people on a machine.
Yeah.
And it makes that weird... Actually, no, even with 3 people, this game is still just confusing and crazy all the time.
Yeah. Zybots.
But interesting. I consider Xenophobe an interesting game.
Yeah. Zybots is our final game.
You gonna play as cool dude or inquisitive dude?
This guy.
This cool dude.
This apparently started life as a gauntlet game.
The human has been neutralized.
Oh god.
Stop the humans.
That makes a certain amount of sense.
Yeah.
If you're gonna try and...
So I can shoot. I can also rotate. Oops, I'm facing the wrong way.
Yep.
Okay. So we're picking up coins. You know, that guy's dropping keys and stuff.
We're fighting Zybots.
I'm picking up this siren thing. Use arrows to find monsters.
I assume those are Zybots. Look at...
Similar to Gauntlet, I can take the exit here. Or wait, there's a keyhole.
Full of death robots. Jeff, I want you to acknowledge how much of the screen is being taken up by the actual game here.
Yeah. If only it had a scanner.
If only.
So similar type deal with some of these other games where, you know, I can upgrade stuff between levels, and if I were to put in more money, you know, let's get some more shot power and some speed.
The idea of these, like, mid-level upgrades that, you know, from the beginning of this, when we were looking at 720 and in various other instances, this is always crazy to me. That doesn't seem like a thing an arcade game should have.
Yeah, you know, they were kind of exploring the space.
For sure. Like, it's super interesting. And, you know, in some cases, ambitious, if flawed.
Yeah. I mean, I have really fond memories of Zybots. I still think it's a pretty cool game. Ugh. Woo! Indeed.
Are these the Zybots?
I don't know. Eventually, I think you stop even getting a map, and you have to, like, buy a map between levels. Oh, Rock's energy is running out. Oh, Jesus.
Rock's dead.
The human has been neutralized.
Oh, God.
That's Zybots.
Is that really 31 games?
Seems like it. We didn't play the other Sprint.
Sure. We did skip a couple that are basically the same thing, but I feel like that is about as exhaustive a look at Midway Arcade Origins as one could hope.
Yeah.
And it seems like, as with every one of these, which Backbone is no stranger to the Midway Treasures
right, yeah.
series, and there's also
and
been,
no stranger to emulating classic arcade games.
Certainly. So this is not their first rodeo, but at the same time, it seems like with all of these packages, it's like some stuff they get really well, and then there's parts that are just compromised.
Yeah.
In unfortunate ways.
And some of it I feel is, you know, it's just inherent to putting these games onto a modern console controller.
Yeah.
But then some of it is just like, you know, yeah, like I said, those dual joystick shooters, they could have, controls could have been better.
Yeah, there's precedent.
Oh, keep missing the wrench.
For that stuff to be better.
Yeah, and then, you know, so it's just sometimes the emulation feels off.
But like you said, there's 31 games, and
it's $30.
And it's kind of all the hits. I mean, like you said, Paperboy's missing from it.
Yeah.
But
yeah, I mean, there's more obscure stuff they could have gone for too. I think, you know, Blasted.
don't know, they got Bubbles in there.
Bubbles is not that obscure. I definitely don't think of it as obscure. It's Bubbles, man. Bubbles
I think for 2012, not being Joust or Defender,
yeah, you're probably right.
Is at least a little obscure.
Yeah,
no one's chomping to remake Bubbles. No Bonaventura
no, they're making a movie.
Has
Bubbles the movie.
Has optioned the rights to Bubbles to make a movie. Well, Jeff, thank you for this tour down Midway / Atari arcade memory lane.
Yep.
Midway.
Thanks for hanging out.